YouTube by clicking that button, though. Whoops. So now we're over on YouTube. Oops. Sorry for the delay, YouTube. It's actually not much later than normal, so some people probably aren't too bummed. Alright, so... yeah, Meaning of Life is good because it's more like their shows, where it's like a series of vignettes or a series of like skits, kind of like strung together. Whereas like Monty Python and Life of Brian definitely have like skits and things that they probably wrote separately, but they string them together into one cohesive plot. Meaning of Life doesn't really have that. I mean, kind of it does, but not really. Alright, so the string to hash and the seed. String to hash. That is self, or no, not self, instance ID. Or actual instance ID. And the seed is gradual feature plus. What's up, Syntax Scholar? How you doing? Yeah, I will say, careful there with a word that resembles other words like that, Jens. I understand what you're quoting, but other people might not. At which point they might assume that you're making an offensive remark. Alright, so... what we can do then is actually this. Got to put some ribs on the Barbie? Nice. That's a lovely accent you have there. New Jersey? No, Austria. Well then, let's put another shrimp on the Barbie. Yeah. Sorry, that might be my favorite quote from that movie. That's a lovely accent you have there. New Jersey. Yeah, that movie's definitely quality. Very high quality. Alright, so then selective feature. Oh. Oh, and hold on. Not straight to hash. Wrong place. So yeah, the dictionary we're doing this in, we'll do that. And that dictionary is environment selected features. Key feature ID. Oop. Oh, and here we want to do a return. We'll just do false for now. How's it going, Bexy? What you up to? And then value here is throw. What error do we use for that? Okay, so returning false here is actually incorrect. What we then need to do is make sure that it's a string value, and we're doing some of that as well. Yeah. Which hoodie did you get? I might have forgotten the context of which hoodie you were planning on getting. Did you get a pizza one, or did you get a ramen one? The pizza? There you go. Be careful. Your first hoodie is basically a gateway to buying more hoodies. You can smell that there is tons of printed stuff. You're saying like the inks and the dyes on like the plasticky kind of material? Yeah, exactly. That's why they have to do it out of this like plasticky material, because cotton doesn't print that well for like this type of fidelity. Yeah. Yeah, typically these are not great for hot days because they don't breathe that well, and they're not good for cold days because like the cold weather like makes this material feel really cold. So if you're out in cold weather, you're gonna want to have like long johns or something underneath it. What up, gents? Mr. Sir, how you doing? All right, so in the case of a string, we just want to check within it, but we need to do let selected string feature. Because I look at my hands when I type. Touch typing is not as valuable as you think it is. Alright, so we got that function written. I still think we're on some bug of that should be findable. If we just do an update to VS Code, I bet we're good. And we need to update anyway. And does typing fast actually matter that much for programming? We have autocomplete and all sorts of stuff to save us from that. Typing fast is not as worthwhile as you think it is. Especially not for coding. If you're typing up emails or whatever, yeah, there's other stuff you can do besides learning to type fast as well. There's dictation software, there's all sorts of stuff. Typing fast is actually a relic of the past. You don't need it. Yeah, I mean, we spend more time thinking about code than writing code. Optimize for that first. Oh, and yes, what I want here, this is actually why it's yelling at me now. It wasn't about the function not being declared. What we want is this greater than gradual feature dot value. There we go. What up, Filter? How you doing? Okay, so that solved it for us. I thought it was still complaining about not being able to find that function. Okay, so why is that being complained about? Oh, yeah, we don't need to mutate it anymore. That's a good call. Yeah, that's a good point, too. I know Prime's argument for having to go back and undo things is it at least lets him see, like, the overall structure faster for him first, before he needs to go back and undo and retype it. Sure. I actually think he could just think out the problem first. Now, the way he does it is more entertaining for stream because they see something happening rather than him just thinking in his head. That makes sense, right? But, yeah. Just look at all the people we know that are big fans of being touch typers, etc. We actually see them undo a whole bunch of the stuff they type very, very, very often. Due to typos, due to spelling errors, due to whatever, right? Is their typing speed actually that useful if they have to go back and correct it all the time? I don't think so. But it does make for a more entertaining stream, right? Because it feels like a lot's getting done. Alright, so we've got should that allows a custom string. We now need to do should int. And it should be should custom int. When you say detached, do you mean like a split keyboard? No, I need to clean it. Some jerk spilt whiskey on it. I know, how dare they? Twofuls, the reason it's a thing is because it allows people to feel superior. Like, literally, it's just a way of feeling better than other programmers. And I don't know if you've noticed, that's one of programmers' favorite things to do. Elitism is ingrained into the culture at this point. Right? When it comes to arguing about frameworks and languages and editors and all that BS, it's just simply because people want to feel better than other people. That's really what it tends to boil down to. If it was only for their own personal beliefs, then they'd just do it on their own without having to, like, preach it to other people. Right? If it was only about their own personal gratification and satisfaction, why would they need to actually advertise it? But twofuls, I somewhat agree with that, but instead lawyers make enough money they can just pay someone to do dictation. Or they can use dictation software. Problem solved again, right? So as you become a better lawyer, your ability to type is actually less. Same thing with programming. As you get better at your craft, your ability to type quickly becomes less and less valuable. I get that, Escamilla, but I'm just pointing out, could you dictate most of that stuff anyway? Probably. Dictate it and then proofread it. Done. So then at that point, reading is actually your bottleneck. Because you're going to have to go back and proofread what you typed anyway, right? Okay. Hold on. So real quick, ghosted. I don't know why this is, and you're wondering if I have any ideas on why you feel so worried when jumping into a project, like you're going to fail when making something, or like you're not good enough to make it. I mean, ghosted, the majority of projects fail. The majority of startups fail. Once you recognize that, failure is almost inevitable. If you succeed, that's great. If you fail, it was expected. So then it shouldn't be a big deal. Get out there and fail faster. I really doubt that, Twofuls. No offense, but I really doubt that. Yeah. Now, it's possible that your pronunciation might make the dictation a little worse. But if it's just pronunciation, I still think you probably speak faster than you type. Most people do. Because even when you're typing, you still have to conjure the word that you're looking for that context, right? That is most likely your slowest bit. And you're going to have that same bottleneck for typing and speaking. And yeah, there's a good point there, SDK. Yep. Even if you don't succeed in building the thing, you learn something along the way. Nah, you totally got it there, SDK, for sure. Okay, so I can understand that too, right? If it's the pronunciation being the issue, sure. I would instead say that it depends on the dictation software you're using. But really, like, that just sounds like a training problem for something like Whisper. Train it on people with your accent and how you pronounce things, and I bet it gets way better. I would also maybe get the point out that improving your pronunciation would improve way more than just dictation. It would improve your communication with other people too. So at that point, it's probably worth improving. Right? What's up, Skydriver? How you doing? So should custom int, this is no longer optional, that becomes an integer. We can no longer do that, and we can just use instance ID. Maybe tuples, but it will still improve your communication with other people, right? You never have conversations with clients from other countries. You never have conversations with potential employers from other countries, things like that. I'm not saying you do, but it sounds a little myopic to ignore those. And this always, yeah, okay, so we're good there. Yeah, I don't know. You know your life better than I do, so I'm just pointing out, you know, are you making that decision out of considering all the cases where you might need to have an easier to understand accent? Or are you simply making an excuse for not having to fix it? That's up to you. I can't tell you which is which. How's it going, Four Wheel? Right? You could be totally right, and it won't benefit you at all. I just don't know. I'm just throwing out a little poking at your justification. That's it. So should custom int. We go and do this part. Gradual feature, we hash the int, the same thing. This is where we have to do this part. Here we go. And yeah, how's everyone over on YouTube doing? Anyone watching? Hey. Feel free to say it. I try to respond when I can. And Official Ghosted, thank you for the follow. Four wheel, let me put it this way, we haven't seen you do a single one, so your mobile dropped it. You're a victim of optimistic updates. Okay, so we select on that just fine. So we've got our should custom int function. Let me double check this. What are the values in hashing here, right? We got hash int, hash float. Probably have an int64 function and an int and a float64 function. Wait, what just happened? We had Swift format working. Since our update, it's not? Oh, we have another update to do. Really? We just did an update half an hour ago. Like, what? Alright. So I think we can have a lemonade. We are going through our boilerplate for what we're doing. We're going to let things just rebuild. I do need to get some water and use the restroom. I'm going to finish up this glass of water too. So I'm going to go use the restroom, pour some more water, and we're going to do a celebratory beverage. And we'll decide which is the celebratory flavor. So, BRB. I forgot how loud that was. Alright, 1 sec. Okay. I'm back. Oi. So we'll bring Swift over there, the Vexilla monorepo there. I try to save. I don't see anything yell about formatting, so we're good there. Let's make a lemonade. Basil Hayden. Basil Hayden or Four Roses. Technically, it's the single barrel Four Roses. But Basil Hayden is also a small batch. So it's not single barrel, but it's pretty good. Pretty close. I guess I didn't realize that Basil Hayden was made by Jim Beam. Is that new? Is that why it's so cheap these days? I'm thinking Basil Hayden because it's easier to pace. Because it's 80 proof versus 100. Yeah, Nori's twofuls. And yeah, I mean, you know yourself better than I do. If you really do think that pronunciation doesn't matter, who cares? Whatever. I was just trying to poke at it. But yeah, have a good night. See you again soon. So yeah, Basil Hayden. That's the official celebration whiskey. I got some others for St. Patrick's Day in a few weeks. I got some Irish whiskeys because they had a bunch of them at Costco preparing for St. Patty's Day, probably. So yeah, if Owen's out there still. he's definitely pumped on hearing that. He's got a lot of Irish pride in him. Yeah. That's in a few weeks. And yeah, moderation. I've been doing pretty good on cutting back. Pretty proud of that. Gotcha, yeah. Thank you, Twofuls. Thanks for not being offended. Yeah, I think so too. All right, so should custom int, and that is an int. You know what? Hold on. We're going to make this the int64 version. Do that entire thing there. All right, we'll make that an explicit int32, but we'll keep the name int. And then we just want to return self.should int64. So yeah, there we go. So we've got our should custom int 64. Yep, and then we've got an issue with that because I think our serializer is just letting it be int when it should be int64. That's going to be in our types. Int and float are actually just going to be int64, float64, but we're not going to name them differently. There we go. think this is actually just... I think this is just delayed. If we restart the extension host, I think we're fine. Yeah, all right, so I think we're good there. That, and then where this other one fails out, I want to rename those so that it's easier to... Double doesn't exist. Let me do one other thing before I forget. Yeah, Theo retweeting that RNG tweet, man, sent that stuff through the roof. Right, went to sleep with maybe like 8 likes on it, woke up with like 80 likes on it, and it's already at 137 now. Should custom int, should custom int 64, should custom float, should custom float 64. Int 64. Now we just need to do it for the floats. Whatever floats our boat, right? Yep. I just said that. I regret it. Only a little bit. Now this part, this is hash float 64. Oop. All right, so our should functions are there. Now it's time for the value function. Let's go look at how we've done that over here in our script. We got value string, int, long, float, double, right? The long and the double are just the 64-bit versions, which are actually our canonical versions. And value string just has to be annotated as string. let's just comment it for now. Yep, gotta do this part. And yeah, we end up just needing kind of like this boilerplate at the top. Instead of returning false, though, we return default. Oh, but we can't do it that way. Default string, default string. Then we need to switch on it. Case.value. Oop. Return default string for now. Default. What is the error we're throwing in value string? Interesting. So yeah, our formatter did totally break. That's a little bit annoying. Not sure why either. Should have removed that right there. No, so we don't have any syntax errors. Yep, yeah, for sure. I would understand if it was breaking because it couldn't format it. It would actually just throw an error for us instead. So I think some setting just didn't get saved. Go look at the Swift extensions that we have right now. Yeah, so Swift format. Download more RAM. There we go. Oh, that wasn't what I wanted. So VS Code isn't even doing the copy thing right. VS Code, you're embarrassing me in front of my friends. Oh, there you go. Just to make it behave as normal Apple developers would expect. Boom, roasted. I get it. That's not bad. All right, let's try this. Which... All right, so that looks right to me. That might be it. Okay, so that looks like it did actually for me. Nice. Yeah, for some reason it didn't save or persist our location for Swift format, which I find very strange. But oh well. Alright, so this is going to be value feature. And then we need to match on the case and do a throw if there's like another function we should use. So value feature is equal to try say get dict. This is environment dot value features. And the key is feature dot feature. And it's value feature dot feature type. Oh, not that way though. No, but we don't want feature type, we want value type. That was it. Alright, we return default string if we're outside of our schedule. Otherwise, we fall back to just return. Oh, never mind. This is where we need to get that. It's going to be let value string feature. Environment dot value string features. Dot feature ID. Return value string feature dot value. And then we need another case, and it's just default. What is the actual string that we have? It is that. Oh no, it is actually that. And yeah, return default string there doesn't make any sense. So value string must only be called for features with a value type of string. Try value int, value int 64, value float, or value float 64. Cool. So now we just need to duplicate this function, technically like triplicate, more like quadruplicate, but whatever. That gets really pedantic really quickly. The gist is this becomes value int, and we'll call it value int 64, and then value int will just call out to you. And technically, there could have been some way to do this with generics, now that I'm thinking about it. But that becomes a little bit trickier. We could definitely do this as a generic. I think a big problem with trying to do it with a generic is we still need to like switch upon our value type and some of that stuff. So it does make our switching in here a little tricky. There's probably ways to check the type of like T as we're passing it as generic. So that I'm gonna leave that as like an exercise for the future, because I really do think making a generic version of it, that would be like a 1.1 like value add. We can just make things work in a less ideal way, but we can always like pivot and make things easier for our users. So yeah. We're going to keep with the pattern we have that matches other things first, and then we'll see. Within number, then we need to do some other stuff. So we got the value int 64. Let's do this. Ooh, and hold on, why is this one? We have that error in a bunch of places because it's self-dot. Hold on. So we've got get feature as private here. Hold on. This is yelling that we're not ending a bracket properly. Okay, so I've got an issue with my switch statements. So that part's just fine. What we need to do then yeah, so we're good there. Oh, no, it's because of that. That's easy enough. So this is int 32. and I think I'm missing that. Ooh, we're not missing that because this always turns into a bool. Okay, so that would be why we needed to do different return types for the int32 and int64. So that part's fine now too. So next we want to do basically the same thing for floats. And then, yeah, we go and create that version of that function. I actually think, yeah, we're done. Now we just need to write our tests. So, man, yeah. Like an hour and a half or so? Damn right. It's contagious. You're welcome. CM Griffing, strengthening developers' necks one day at a time. This is the human bobblehead workout. It's not a stream. It's a grooving experience of coding. Ooh. I might copy and paste that. That's good. Yeah, I'm gonna get a screenshot of that one. Boom, nailed it. I appreciate that. That's a very good description. I like it. I'm into it. But okay, cool. I think we got the client fully written out now. We need to actually write our client tests, and these are all written. I've got just one giant test for it. I'm okay with it. All right, so when we look at some of our other test stuff, I believe this. We'll just let that fail for now. Yeah, we're just gonna call the function test client, I think. Come on, did we need the at thing? No, we didn't. Func test client. Doesn't take any arguments in. We do need to think about how our HTTP fetching is going to work. That's a little newer. And that's where, hold on, what is it? Agile Fire or something like that? Something Fire? HTTP request. So we need to do just a simple get. In a couple places, so reducing our boilerplate would be nice. Alamo Fire, that's it. Thank you. I knew it was AF. Yeah, should we be using Alamo Fire just for like the easier HTTP requests? And then I guess my next question is there the idea of dev dependencies? Not really, huh? Oh, that broke their syntax highlighting? Yikes. Aha, so we are doing the products thing. Nice. And yeah, Chris is fine. That's what I go by. Yeah, I'm really excited. It'll be an interesting onboarding process, trying to figure out how to be successful. And they've got a good set of expectations and ramp up and all that stuff. I've already got some ideas of content to make, but won't be able to really dig into that more until Monday. Oh, so we'd add the package as a dependency, but how we depend on that dependency is determined by our targets. Ah, okay. So yeah, infra, would you recommend using Alamo Fire? Or should we just do it the task natively? Yeah, thanks, Skydriver. I appreciate it. Let me just double check. No messages yet on work stuff. Unless I missed it. Yep. Nothing in spam either. Okay, yeah. Yeah, it is just a basic request. All we need to do is fetch some JSON, pass that JSON string to our deserializer, and call it good. Right? I did not announce yet. I have told a couple people that were over on gaming stream yesterday. Yeah, just use URL session. Okay. I think that makes sense, right? No need for a dependency if we don't need it. Okay. Wait, does this code look right? Are brackets optional in Swift? That doesn't look right to me. I don't think I want to trust this article. Yeah, I think it'll be a good pivot for me too. No, I don't need the snippet. I was just checking, like, is bracketless Swift a thing? That was actually okay syntax? Really? Really? Huh. I don't think I would have expected that. Oh, hold on. No, I see what's going on. I thought it was a block. No, yeah, it's just indented weird. Why would they indent that? That doesn't need to be indented. At all. That does not need to be indented. So that's weird. Why would they do that? Like, okay. I still don't like this article. So you construct a URL, then you construct a URL request. Create the data task? So that's a whole new package. Let's double check. So URL session.shared.data from, and it's basically that. And that looks a bit like what you're doing too. Okay. So I would theoretically want my test to have async and throws in it as well. So that's fine. This is inside of a test. If our test dies, then our test dies, you know? If it dies, it dies. Wrap it in a task. Yeah, we'll see. So let's What up, Max? How you doing? Oh, URL session doesn't work on Linux? Or is it just because I have it in an await function? Because I'm curious about that. I think we're going to need to run this inside Linux. Oh, so we need to wrap it in a task. Interesting. Oh, in 1 second, sorry. No, you're good. You can do links now. I can grab the link already, so you don't need to repaste it. I mean, even DataTask doesn't have Linux listed. So I find that actually, like, to be the curious bit. Yeah, do you have any link to docs that explain that? I'd love to just see that documented somewhere, that's all. And I guess my question is, why would it be async await only for URL sessions? Why would that change from platform to platform? Wouldn't it just mainly be like async await in general? I find that a little more strange as well. So I guess that's the thing, Max. We're already requiring Foundation for most of our stuff anyway, right? Foundation is kind of a requirement for most of what we're doing. Oh, so you're saying Foundation is fine in Linux. Okay. Oh, is there a compatibility chart and everything? Okay. So other things will work, but URL session won't, I guess is what you're saying. So until you end up seeing URL session inside of here, then it's no good, right? So Linux is building but unsupported. Same thing with Windows and Android. I get it, Max. I want to find documentation about it. That seems weird that it's only in forum posts. So here's a big thing though, Max. This is as of 2021. fact that we're aiming for Swift 5.3 for the moment means that yes, even if we're going back as far as 5.5, it's not working in Linux yet. Okay. So that's a good example and reason for it. Got it. Right, so technically Alamo Fire doesn't work officially for anything anyway. I'm wondering if you're on the latest version of Swift, it would work. I mean, Max, you say it's still true, but we need documentation, man. It's hard to take someone's word for it without seeing a reason for it. So we don't know it's true. Maybe it's based upon a version of Swift. Does it work in 5.9 plus? We don't know because there's no documentation that you've shown us about it. So as much as we'd love to take your word for it, docs are key. Any kind of documentation that says it's still true besides you telling us it's still true is going to be pretty important. Okay. But Max, try not to get too pushy here. What I'm getting at is we are now looking at Alamo Fire, which does work on the latest version of Swift and Alamo Fire on Linux. If the tests are passing and they're using it, then it means that we could theoretically use it. Right? But you're getting really pushy, man. Chill. That's fine. Docs are more important. I'm sorry, man. We don't know you. I'm not going to put it in my documentation that Max said it was okay or not okay. Right? I need something to link to. Something from 2021 is not something to link to. Okay, that might help. Once again, we're going to look at the date. Hold up, Full Q Developer. I feel like I've seen that name recently. I think I saw it on Twitter. Do we think it's the same Full Q Developer? Yeah, it is. Oh, that's funny. That's kind of funny. Small world. Interestingly, are they also a Swift streamer here on Twitch? Because I've heard people say there aren't enough of those. Community. Nice. That's pretty good. That's actually pretty nifty. Cool app. Dude, super cool. So yeah, let's do a quick shout out for him. Yeah, that was nifty. I don't know, I like seeing random streamers kind of like out in the wild. It's pretty cool. I can't believe this tweet got to 30,000 views. I think it's mostly due to Theo's help, just doing a quote tweet of it. But that's pretty good. Oh, really? That doesn't seem like a great workaround. So let's double check it. Let's go look. Okay, so hold up. What this actually means is we've got other async await as well. Which means that our minimum SDK is no longer 5.3 like this is, right? Instead we would need 5.5 because async await is introduced in 5.5. They end up writing an extension. Oof. No. I'm fine with that info. What I'm wondering is, Because I'm using async await, Swift Tools version 5.3 doesn't make any sense, right? So this should probably be changed to 5.5. Right? That's what I was asking about there. I wasn't saying in general for Linux. What I'm saying is for this library, our bare minimum version is actually 5.5, right? Why do you say 5.7 at least? Right? What other features are we using that are not 5.5 beta? That's fine, Infra. This is a library, not an application. What am I doing in my app, in my library, that would prevent someone on 5.5 from using it instead of 5.7? Nothing, right? So 5.5 is our bare minimum. Remember, Infra, this is a library, not an application. Different concerns. Yeah, so 5.5 is what we would do. So I guess what we're getting at is this library that I'm making is actually not server-side Swift capable. I would say that server-side Swift is enough of an edge case that if someone needs us to make an SDK for it, that would be part of a services contract. Or they can build one out themselves. But that does mean that we need to document it, right? What's up, Standard? How you doing? This is not an app. No. Company's gonna finally set a start date? Oof. Well, I mean, at least they've done it. Hell yeah. Kind of figured you would have gotten that when you signed your offer letter, right? It's usually part of that process. But better than nothing. That's awesome. Yeah, I mean, so company gave me like a tentative start date at the bare minimum. I guess it makes sense. Maybe that just signifies how much this company wanted to work with me, which is pretty cool. Ooh. I kind of like this tweet thread from Nate Emerson. It's kind of cool. Like, why does he wear a suit when he works from home? Hold on, let me do this. Yeah. Let me do this. I'll reply to Nate's tweet over here. There's like one that resonated with me, right? Branding. Right? If Nate's the only Twitch streamer that wears a suit when he works, he is the suit streamer. Just like Zayd is the bucket hat streamer. Just like I'm the beanie streamer. It's actually kind of genius. Yeah, but he doesn't wear a hat, so then y'all would have to just stare at my bald ass head the entire time. Oof. I wouldn't wish that on my enemies. Right? The glare will kill you. Right? It's like staring at the sun. If you stare too long, you'll go blind. Yeah, exactly, Ethan. I don't want to wear sunglasses inside. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, right? I could go incognito by wearing a baseball cap. Boom, nailed it. So, brand consistency. I should definitely upvote the first one. Yes, absolutely. And then this one right here. The routine thing makes a lot of sense. Is this Chris? There you go, Ethan. Touche. In a suit. Yeah, longboard in a suit, right? Like, whoa. Yeah. Like, it's more like if you're at a tech thing or a streamer thing and you see someone about 5'5", scruffy looking with a beanie, yeah, the curve is like way up there of it being CM Griffin. For sure. Real quick, Kenpachi, thank you for the follow. Welcome. So yeah, hold on. You know what? I'm gonna retweet it instead. Is it still too many characters? Really? How many more characters do I gotta cut? No, so like, you can definitely talk past it, and that's why this number is what it is. I could still post it. You need to actually pay for Twitter to do that, and I'm on like the bottom tier. But people typically, just on average, don't click the read more button. So if you can get it to show up within not having to click read more, it's a paid feature as well, yeah. It's pretty annoying. What's up, Robotic Head, Mr. Sir? I just wish it would tell me, like, the characters. Like, how many am I at? Like, they used to have a feature that told you how many characters. I thought it was this, but, like, the hover should tell me, right? But it doesn't. There we go. No, I think the slightly hungover is totally worth it. Wheel? What's that? Wheel? What? Wheel? Oh, while. Okay. Anyone know what I was just quoting? Wheel? Steel Toad knows. Yeah. No, it's IT Crowd. No, it's IT Crowd. It's the episode where Jen bets him he can't say, "Have you tried turning it off and on again?" for the whole day. And Roy's like, "Yeah, I can totally do that." And then he has to actually say that, right? It's like, and is this on Windows XP? No, Vista, we're going to die. Yeah, exactly, it's so good. Wheel? Yeah. Whipped cream. Yeah, there you go. Why am I saying what weird? That one doesn't even have an H in it. Yeah. I really like the riffing that Hot Rod did on that too. So when I'm going too fast, I'm gonna yell whiskey. Why are you saying it weird? Why am I saying what weird? That one didn't even have an H in it. Where do you get off? It's super good. Yeah, Hot Rod's a good, terrible movie. All right, so I think we did it. Boom. Yeah, CEO at the company I'm starting at on Monday actually was like, hey, so I noticed the beanie everywhere. Is that part of your branding? Yeah, basically. Is now. You know? I've also had Carson. Yeah. Carter. Not Carson. I've had Carter from Seattle JS say the same thing. He's like, I see the beanie all the time. Is that part of your branding or something? It is. Yeah, totally. How many other beanie devs do you know? I'm the beanie dev. Nate's the suit dev. Zayu is the bucket hat dev. Boom, nailed it. Robotic Head is the 9-foot-tall Australian dev, right? Yeah, simple, branding. So here's the thing, X Factor. I don't typically wear these hoodies out and about. The only one I wear out and about is like the island one. Ooh, a Buckethead dev would actually be really cool. That'd be pretty legit. I'll bring the pizza hoodie. For sure. We'll call it the pizza party. I am the party. Boom, nailed it. Oh, and the bucket hat dev liked that post. Nailed it. You know that's a good tweet. All right, so yeah, how's everyone doing on this fine Thursday? We are in celebration mode. Ooh.
The support. Puzzlius is a superhero with the unique ability to solve any puzzle or riddle in the blink of an eye. They have an uncanny knack for seeing patterns and connections that others cannot, making them a formidable problem solver. Their origin story begins in their childhood, where they spent hours poring over puzzles and brain teasers. As they grew older, their love for puzzles only deepened, and they began to realize that their abilities were far beyond those of an ordinary person. One day, while working on a particularly challenging puzzle, Puzzlius was caught in a strange energy surge that seemed to come from the puzzle itself. The energy enveloped them, and they suddenly found themselves imbued with new abilities. Now, Puzzlius uses their powers to help the police and other authorities solve complex cases and unravel mysteries that have left others stumped. They are a true asset to any team, and their quick thinking and problem-solving skills make them a formidable force in any situation.
You sound like, it sounds like you're Sherlock. It just sounds like you're Sherlock, from like the modern versions of Sherlock Holmes. Now here's the question. Are you Benedict Cumberbatch Or are you the other one? The guy from Hackers. Sherlock or Monk? Ooh, touche. Yeah. Monk is just Sherlock Holmes with OCD as like a, you know, like a story thing, you know. Oh, maybe Robert Downey Jr. Yeah, why not? I don't know. Puzzlius, or Puzzleus, where are you from? I guess that's the question. Are you English or American? East Coast, USA. So halfway between. I'm kidding, bad joke. Sorry. Zakreem, thank you for the follow. Yeah, welcome. And Hagner Death, thank you for the follow as well. Appreciate you. All right, so yeah, I mean, what are we celebrating on this sunny day? I start my first dev advocate role on Monday. I'm really happy about it. Yeah, I haven't shouted out the company yet. If you hang out over on Gaming Stream, you'll know. Because I'll say it over there, no problem. But I don't necessarily want to say it to 50 people right now. I want to do like a proper tweet and all that stuff. So yeah, super fun. Looking forward to it. I think, yeah, it's purely like content creation focused, though I have kind of like chatted and discussed that they'd be stoked if I get a talk accepted to, you know, some conference as well. So I'd like to come up with conferences that are worth, you know, applying to without requiring sponsorship money, you know? And I can always give talks at like local meetups and even like, you know, national meetups if they're remote. I can do that too. I think there's a lot of value in that most brands out there worry about like the reach of things, but sometimes doing things in like a smaller scale gives it like a better connection, and that connection is then stronger than if they found just some YouTube video, right? YouTube video lasts longer and it has a better long tail, but there's a lot that I don't think you get in the same way as you would get as, like, you know, presenting at a meetup where it feels more personal, where someone can come up and ask you questions about it right there. So yeah, I think there's huge value to YouTube videos, but I think there's also huge value for brands to actually present at like smaller focused events, right? As long as it doesn't feel like an ad. And I think because I am somewhat technical as far as dev advocates go, I'd be able to present more about problems being solved and some of those things, and then like, yes, of course I'm giving this talk because I work for a company, blah, 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 but the things I just told you are not only things that you can use if you use our product, right? So yeah, as one quick like spoiler, I'd love to do a talk about how they're using Charm to make their CLI tool. I don't think that doxes anything yet, but I'd love to do like a collab stream with Bash Bunny if she ever wants. You know, if she's okay. Things like that. They have their own, so it would be to their YouTube channel. Yep. And even some of the sponsored content that I have coming up would be on their channel as well. We might just like develop some of the content here on stream. Yeah, thank y'all. I appreciate it. Right? We'll do the official like announcement on Monday. But yeah, paperwork's filled out. Got to figure out where and how to upload my I-9 documentation and stuff, and you know, some of those things. But I've at least like signed the I-9 and some of that other, you know, like the W4 or whatever. W2, W4, I forget the difference. W4 is what you fill out tax-wise for the company. W2 is what you get at the end of the year. I'm pretty sure that's it. But no, like, all the content for them would be posted to their stuff. Right, so yeah. And they have like a large YouTube channel. I don't know if there's any problem with saying this, but they do run ads that I think have boosted their channel heavily. Which I don't think is a problem. Yeah. But hopefully we can make content that's good enough that they don't even need to do ads for it. And I think that would be even better. That's the goal. I know. There's nothing wrong with it. But there's like something validating about not needing to run one. You know? There's something hugely validating about not needing to run an ad. Your content is just good enough that people want to watch it anyway. I mean, I'm not going to have any say in whether they run an ad or not. That's up to marketing. Yeah, that's really not my say. I know, technically, I report to marketing in my new role, but I just want to make the content and let them decide how they want to publicize and do some of that other stuff. I do want to help them do some other things too. Right? I've had this idea for a long time about being able to like mass publish articles, right? So when you make a blog post, it goes to your website and that's it, right? It kind of dies there. For a couple years now, I've wanted to make like a mass publishing tool to upload it to Hacker Noon, Substack, you know, a bunch of like the other like aggregators, Hashnode, you know, like a bunch of the other blog post aggregators out there. They still link out to your canonical article, but it's still like a broader reach than you would get with just your own blog post. Right? I want to write a tool that does that like automatically. Yeah. I've been planning on doing it for a while. I just haven't seen a need for it myself yet. But that's really something I plan on doing. Whether it's for me, and then we get to use it for the company, sure. Or whether I do it on the clock for the company, that's up to them. Technically, due to the like inventions clause, I didn't list it as part of my inventions because I haven't invented it yet. It's just an idea. I would really try and work with them to make it like MIT licensed, and if they want to release it under their GitHub, then sure. But as far as just letting the tool exist, that's my goal. Because yeah, Hashnode, Hacker Noon, a bunch of these totally have APIs that you can hit up for this. Am I allowed to do work stuff on stream? I think I am. Yeah. Technically, the CEO thought that was going to be like the only time I work, right? When I told him I stream 5 hours a day most of the week, he was like, is that the only time we get you for? No. I'm going to put in most of my work outside of my stream. My stream is kind of my time, but I might still work on some stuff during that time. So yeah, I don't know. I'm really pumped up. Yeah, I'm really pumped up. Every single person I talk to was awesome to chat with. Yeah, the CEO, for sure. Like, very open-minded, very cool. Yeah. Yeah, chatting with him was great. Just awesome. I don't want to dive too much into, like, how and why, etc. But, because it would, like, dox everything about it. Right? That's for Monday. Yeah, he seems really cool. Like, everyone I chatted with seems really cool. That was the biggest thing to me. A previous couple of the ones I interviewed with, there was at least one interview where someone just didn't seem that cool. So yeah, the fact that not a single one felt off to me. There was one that I was like, ooh, I don't know. We'll see. Right? But yeah. Even that one, they were all super cool and fun to talk to. It was just more like their phrasing towards the end of it was like, oh. Are you hesitating? Like, it's like, no, but even then, like, it's better than the previous couple companies. Even the one that I didn't dox, but I should have doxed. That one still had, like, one or two where the person just seemed like it was a hassle for them to be part of the interview for some reason. And that was, like, really annoying. But yeah, this one, not a single person gave that as a feeling. So I'm really into that. I like it. No, I get you, Four Wheel. I don't know. I don't want to dig too much deeper into the previous company I'm talking about. Ooh, so Bob, I'm pretty sure I passed that test every time. That's the... Even if I don't get a job at a company, that's the one test I pass every time. Yeah, I mean, there's even in the movie, The Internship, right? Whether you want to treat that movie as just propaganda or not, there's the part where it's like, hey, there's still just the blank test, where if you were stuck in a room for 24 hours with these people, would you want to hang out with them? Right? The airport test, I guess, right? Yeah. Right? If you were stuck there with this person, would you be okay with that? That's a huge part of it, I think. Because it sucks to work with those people that you would answer no to on that question, no matter how good they are at what they do. Yep. Yeah, I agree. I think that is actually one of the biggest things you can really think about, because at the end of the day, technical proficiency only gets you so far. Being someone worth working with, that's huge. And you can't really teach it either, you know? You can learn programming skills. You can learn the ins and outs of curl or whatever, right? Like all sorts of just like nitty gritty, just down in the weeds type like tech. You can learn that stuff. Can you learn how to be a fun person to talk to? Maybe, but it's tough. Zero, I mean. I got my own stuff, man. What I'm getting at, and what I pushed back on earlier, Zero, is you should be considering a bundler no matter what. Webpack should not have been some major thing to learn. Webpack should have been like one of the first steps. Bundling your vanilla JS. I don't care if you use React. don't care if you use TypeScript. But geez, man, you should bundle your JavaScript and tree shake it if you can. That's table stakes. That's the bare minimum. Zero. No, you would be heavily reprimanded for doing such a thing on any team I've ever worked on. You would be given simply the phrase, get good. Sorry, man. And yes, X Factor, I've kind of felt like that a few times, but Zero has pointed out that they're getting back into dev after, like, I don't know, 10 to 20 years of not touching web dev, which would hint at why they think bundling is some magical new thing. But I do need to use the restroom. Give me just a sec. I'll be right back. Oh, and hold on. Hagner, if you ever want like a link to our songs, you can get a direct link to the song from just doing !song pretty much every time. And it'll give you the timestamp of the exact song if we're listening to like a longer playlist. So yeah, sorry Hagner, I know. I forgot to respond to you. We were deep in a rant. It's that time of day. This is rant time. We've already hacked out most of our major functions. Now we need to actually write our tests. You know, when we hit like a milestone's worth of like dev for a day, we relax it a bit because burning ourselves out for productivity doesn't help streaming it. So yeah, I'm happy to rant, happy to chat. We're gonna keep doing more code stuff. But yeah, if I were to like stress myself out about getting something done within a time frame, I probably just wouldn't do it and I'd stream less too. No, it is still milestone based, like standard. Like it's all about milestones for the things we work on. Celebration Thursday? That's a good way of phrasing it. But yeah, let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. See you in a second.
Talk to the hand.
That scene's good. That's a solid scene. Syntax. For the longest time, we had that scene without my face on the statue. And then one of our viewers was like, hey, what resolution are you in? 1920 by 1080? Why? I got a thing for it. And boom, right? I believe that was Krasner. I'm pretty sure that was Krasner. Krasner, if you're out there, That's your legacy. Yeah, it's pretty good. Yeah, it used to just be the statue and the peeing part. And then, yeah, they were like, oh no, I got this perfect image. It's set exactly where it needs to be. Just overlay it real quick. Done. Nailed it. So yeah, good stuff. But okay, so getting back to our code just a little bit. I know, we like to rant, we like to chat. We've actually gotten a bunch done. I want to say warning. With Apple operating systems. If you are using server-side Swift, you will likely run into issues with our use of foundation and async await. With our use of foundation and async await. And we'll wait to shout out like the services contract or any of that stuff, right? But bare minimum, we can give someone a good warning. And that at least helps, right? And yeah, Hagner, hope you're out there. I'm sorry for ignoring you. I didn't mean to. Just took me a minute. Oh man, they're even previously subbed. Yeah, I bet they've been around here before. Maybe it was a gift, but yeah, appreciate them. Let me go double check over here in my email. Nothing yet, okay. Interesting. O prime. I was about to take some troll bait. Damn it, Soycotic, you almost got me. Her tech lead tweet. Tech lead sucks. Fuck that dude. But I think she's just baiting. Go away, baiting. Yeah, right? Is it any wonder? Duh. I'd fire him too. Parcel's fine. Yeah, Parcel's fine. I'd say check it out. Here's the thing, Ciro. I don't care which bundler you use, whether it's Feet, whether it's Parcel, whether it's Rollup, whether it's Webpack. I actually don't care, but you need to understand the value it provides and realize why they do what they do. But we're not here to lecture you and teach you on that entire thing, right? Like, the entire web dev world has moved way past that. Just because it's new to you doesn't mean we want to redo that entire discussion. That stuff's on you. Pedro, I mean, dude, to misunderstand bundling? Come on, man, right? I assume you're complaining about my dismissal of Ciro, who has seemed somewhat trolly for the past few days now, right? Did we dismiss them immediately? No, this has been built up over time to really care less and less about what they say until they seem like they're not trolling. Okay, just making sure. Gotcha, Pedro. No, that makes sense, because I will admit what I said was dismissive. Right? What I said was dismissive, but the reason I'm dismissing is not because they lack any of that, right? It's mainly because some of their comments deserve dismissing. And I mean that in the nicest way. I hope you understand that, Sue. Some of your comments deserve dismissing. But not you in general. So no, I get that, Pedro. I totally get it, right? Because if you're not using, as a good example, if you're not using, RSCs, you're out of the loop. No. I want to point out that you don't need React server components for most applications that are ever made. You just don't. It's fine. If you're making a static site, dude, just statically generate it, and you're done. Right? So yes, I agree that some marketing would make you feel like you're missing out because you're not using RSCs for everything. I completely agree with that. That is just cargo culting, though, and cargo culting is a problem for everyone. Every language, every ecosystem, every framework has the idea of cargo culting. So at that point, to blame JavaScript is a bit meh. Sure, right? If you're a senior and you don't answer every question with "it depends," are you actually that senior? Right? Because it depends. So yeah, I think I kind of agree with you in the way that, yes, cargo culting everything is a problem. Right? But sometimes there are some things that are so, like, necessary and almost required within an ecosystem that you should be shamed for not using them. If you're using raw JavaScript date objects for any date manipulation, you should be shamed. You should definitely be shamed. Now, eventually, we're going to get temporal in the browser, and that means, oh my god, everything's fine and good, and we basically have moment in our browser without the foot guns of moment. Technically, if you're using moment, you should be shamed a little bit too. But beyond moment and raw date objects in JavaScript, just pick any datetime library you want, and you're good to go. So Pedro, as a good example towards what you're saying, let's imagine state management. At least, 4 or 5 years ago, if you weren't using Redux, what were you even doing with your life? Right? Whereas nowadays we have things like Yotai, Zustand, and Vaultio, all from the same developer, because these 3 different styles of state management lend themselves to different types of applications. Right? So I think we've actually moved away from some of that cargo culting. At least as far as state management goes. Now it's use whatever you and your team decide upon. Right? But, Pedro, the key thing to remember is that's not a JavaScript problem. That's a programmer problem. Programmers love to cargo cult. They love to, join a group in which they're the smart ones and everyone else is stupid. Right? We talked about it earlier, where a lot of the problems in tech, in general, come from wanting to feel superior to everyone else. That's innate. That's a programmer problem. That's not a language problem. It's not an ecosystem problem. That's programmers in general. They just want to feel better than everyone else for arbitrary reasons. Right? And that is the most toxic trait of programming in general. My dad is one of the worst offenders. C is too high level. Just write it in assembly already. Yeah, he's one of those jerks. The internet is ASCII trash. It should have been EBCDIC. Again, my dad is the worst offender for a bunch of these toxic traits, which is why I push back on him. Because I've dealt with it firsthand from family. Not just random people at work. Again, yeah, that's a product of popularity. Any significantly popular language that has a centralized repo is going to have the, the left pad problem, Rust absolutely has the left pad problem, but it hasn't become an issue. Every significant ecosystem has the left pad problem. They just haven't run into it yet. So because they haven't run into it, they look down upon JavaScript because of it. when really every ecosystem has some variation of the left pad problem. Even Go. So yeah, right? JavaScript suffers from its success. That's the best way of phrasing it. So Zero, PHP's problem is people judge PHP for what it was 10 years ago. If that's the case, judge every language for what it was 10 years ago. They all sucked. Yeah. They all sucked 10 years ago. What is the left pad problem? Basically, the left pad problem is a couple things, but the basic part of it boils down to a supply chain issue. If you depend on a package, and then other packages depend on that package, and then other packages depend on other packages that depend on that package, you get this chain of things built up from others, where eventually, if that one thing that all these other things depend on disappears, everything breaks. That's a problem everywhere. Now, some libraries, or not libraries, but ecosystems, actually make it to where you can't unpublish a version. Well, that actually causes problems, because what if a malicious version is published? Then everybody's just getting malicious code. Right? You either go one direction or another to solve the left pad problem. Either nobody can revoke anything and, yeah, malicious code being pushed is malicious forever, or you can revoke things, but then someone deciding to take their toys and go home breaks a bunch of stuff for other people. There is no, middle ground for that. You either pick one of those two branches of that dichotomy. There's no fix. Either you let malicious versions exist, or you break people's builds. That's it. You just have to make that choice. There is no middle ground. It's just, there is a fork in the road, right? Stopping by woods on a snowy evening or whatever. I forget the Robert Frost, right? Two paths diverged in a wood. There is no least commonly traveled, so you just gotta pick one. They're both equally traveled. They both have their own problems. You just pick the problems you're willing to sit with. Sorry, that's the Robert Frost problem. Stopping by woods on a snowy evening. I believe that's the name of it. But I believe that's actually separate from the poem I've heard other people reference that is two paths diverged in a wood. Maybe that's actually part of the stopping by woods on a snowy evening? But I think it's actually a separate poem. I'd have to go reread it though, because it's been a while. So yeah, no worries. And real quick, hold on, page. Yeah, taking the one less traveled. I don't think that's stopping by woods on a snowy evening. I think that's a totally separate poem. But I haven't reread the Robert Frost in a long time, and I don't remember if the Roads Diverge one is actually Robert Frost. Oh, Dijkstra definitely didn't write that. Right? The road less traveled and everything, that is not a Dijkstra quote. Maybe he quoted it himself at one point, but yeah, no, it's definitely not like a de facto Dijkstra quote. But okay, hold on, real quick. And yeah, PHP has gotten really good. Exactly, Pedro. Yeah, PHP has gotten really good lately. Yeah, so totally not the same thing. But picking up the state management thread in a different optic, do I know XState? Yeah, I've heard of XState. Do I think it can complement a state management solution, maybe alongside other state management libraries? It depends on how you want to think about state. And I think the biggest thing about state management libraries is how you want to think about reactivity. Road Not Taken. Yeah, totally separate poem. Are they both Robert Frost, though, Ethan? Because I've heard people attribute the Road Not Taken to Robert Frost, but they actually misquoted it as Stopping by Woods on a Snowy Evening. They're both Robert Frost. Okay, so that actually makes a lot of sense then. I think people have misattributed that one, but the fact that it's the same author like lends itself to misattribution. Right, because it's by the same author, it's easy to mix them up. But yeah, so XState is useful. I could actually see XState being useful in the same context as Redux. But if you were to use some other state management that heavily overlaps with how XState wants to do things, I think that would be tricky. Ooh, Kinslayer is quoting Ozzy Osbourne technically from Hackers, right? You wouldn't know that quote if it weren't for Hackers, right? You would not know that quote without the movie Hackers. I'm gonna bet money on that right now. Ozzy Osbourne! Like, yeah, for sure. You, sir, are not in my class. Wait, this isn't Woodshop? Oh, man. Right? Yeah, exactly. Whoa! This isn't Woodshop class? Yeah, dude. Such a good scene. Yeah, I really like that. I'm not sure your mother would count as a significant 20th century author. Well, her last book sold 3 million copies. Ouch. Right? Like, yeah, totally. No, and I get that, Bob. Zero, I hope you're still out there. Hope we didn't drum you out. I was just being honest by some of your comments feeling a bit trolly. Alright, cool. I just wanted to make sure, right? I made a comment that you definitely could have taken offense to, and I wouldn't blame you. No, I appreciate you. Thank you. I apologize for framing it as such. That's my fault. Okay, so now I'm right back on the... Is he trolling? I'm sorry. You were so close to being taken seriously. You were so close! Ah, man, right? Bob, you at least see where I'm coming from, right? What? Exactly. Yeah. No, I get it. So, yeah, just being honest. Being honest, but try not to be a jerk about it. And I think sometimes I am a jerk about it. I want to make sure I didn't scare you. Thank you, Zero, for not taking it. But yeah, bundling your JavaScript stuff, hugely important. Maybe another thing you want to learn and understand is tree shaking. Right? Or dead code elimination. So in the context of Webpack, and other tools do it too, so don't think it's only a Webpack thing. But this is really the biggest reason why you want to bundle things. If you bring in a dependency, but you only use one function, could you get rid of everything but that function you used? RSpec is a thing, sure. Typically, RSpec is going to be built into other tooling I would use.
The support.
Ooh. Ah, they blew it. All right, hold on. Hold on. All right, so I'm gonna shout this one out manually because we have that feature now. I think I broke it. All right, let me try again.
Thanks for the support. 03000, a superhero with a mysterious and futuristic aura, possesses the extraordinary ability to manipulate technology and data with just their thoughts. With a name that seems to be a fusion of the Spanish word for zero and the number 3001, can only imagine the advanced and innovative origins of such a formidable hero. Origins. 03000 was once an ordinary person, but a freak accident involving a high-tech laboratory and a rogue artificial intelligence system transformed them into the extraordinary being they are today. The accident granted them the power to control and manipulate technology, allowing them to create powerful gadgets and weapons from seemingly thin air. Appearance and powers. 03000's appearance is sleek and modern, with a form-fitting suit that glows with a soft electric blue light. Their eyes emit a piercing, glowing blue light, and their hands emit a faint, shimmering energy that can manipulate any technology they come into contact with. 03000's powers include the ability to control and manipulate technology, allowing them to create powerful gadgets.
That was a good one. Yeah. I'm really happy we built out that manual trigger earlier. Yeah, we did good work today. We did good work in a bunch of places. So yeah, right? Celebration stream in full effect. But let's try and write some of these tests. Be a whole lot cooler if we did. Okay, so hold up. Let me send one quick... Let me just do a text. Oh, hold on. Let me double check. Yeah. I want to go hang out with some people. Oh man, I am really bad at this part. How far back is this text? Yikes. Alright, here we go. There we go. Sorry. Just wanted to send a message, see, like, yeah, maybe I go hang out with the group tomorrow night, and then we do, like, a separate Sunday night thing. I don't know. Figured I'd throw it out there as an option. There we go. I'd have to come up with their superpower if the AI fails. Ooh, that'd be good, Ethan. No, I just built in a manual trigger so that I could, like, you know, do it myself. You're gonna go to bed? Yeah! Enough C# for the day? Yeah! Yeah, no worries. You've done so much C# that you're now getting into, like, C blurry. Right? Get some sleep so you can C# the next day. I'll be here all week. Yeah, totally. Bad joke. I apologize. Shiloh, let me read your comment. One second. Okay, so you have a question and you'd really like our help. You're trying to install some modules in your React app that eventually do not bundle down to ES5, leading your dist module to not be ES5 as well? When you say do not bundle down to ES5, I don't know what you mean. Could you be more specific? And here's the biggest thing, like, if they are ES3, that means that works in ES5. ES5 is fully backwards compatible with ES3, as long as strict mode is enabled. So ES3 with strict mode is totally usable inside of ES5. Oh, so I got it. Shiloh. Basically, those libraries will be able to be compiled to ES5 just fine, as long as you set that as your target. No. Like, I think you're misunderstanding. Those ES7 plus libraries can be compiled to ES5 with the right amount of like polyfills, etc. Right? So I think if you're using a modern bundler, that will handle the ES5 target for you. Right? Babel or Babel or however you want to pronounce it is actually the thing that does that for you. Your bundler is not actually even doing that part. Babel or Babel, however you want to pronounce it, is actually doing that. RSPAC and SWC should do that for you as well. What I think you're getting at is if you target ES5, RSPAC and SWC will actually compile all of your dependencies to ES5 as well, but that might involve extra polyfills, right? So your bundle will grow because of those extra polyfills, but there's basically nothing in those libraries that is not polyfilled. So your bundle might be larger than you want, but at the end of the day, you just have to accept it. Oh, Shiloh, I think you're still misunderstanding, right? You can ignore the node modules, but whatever you bring into your final bundle will be transpiled to the target that you set. It's actually common practice to exclude your node modules from type checking with TypeScript, as an example. So yeah, it's up to you and your bundling target, and your build tools will solve it. Yeah, for the most part, Shiloh, I don't like dealing with build issues. I have actually had to migrate multiple projects from Webpack 4 to Webpack 5, and that was one of the worst experiences I've ever had. So my main goal is to never touch my build configuration besides building out some scripts. Things like that. Yeah, I would say if you are dealing with that yourself, with RSpec and SWC, try and use some other thing like Vite that like glues all those things together for you. And maybe not Vite, maybe Biome, like I don't know. My nightmare is dealing with build tools in the way that you're like forcing yourself to deal with it because you want to like do this in a custom way. Right? It's absolutely getting in the way of you making an application or actually like shipping features and stuff, right? For some reason, the bot did not see that, and it should have. RSpec is created by the author of Module Federation. Oh, you actually need Module Federation? Oof. Yeah, Shiloh, that sounds crazy to me. I don't know if you do. Could you just use Vite and move on with your day? Does it make your build somewhat slower? Maybe, but the energy and time you spend trying to make it work just is not ideal. So sharing stuff from app to app, that sounds like a PNPM problem, rather than anything else. Right? Then your individual packages can build themselves, and then you just include like the result of those packages into your thing. Yes. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. PNPM is probably what you need. PNPM's workspaces are the best workspaces I've worked with. And I've used Yarn, right? The fact that Theo is shown here right on their homepage kind of means something, doesn't it? That's kind of crazy, isn't it? Oh, really? They don't like the monorepo approach? I really think adopting PNPM and the monorepo approach is the thing you need to push back on, right? Just show them how much easier it would be, how many hours you spent trying to do what you're trying to do, and try and make it work in less time with PNPM. If it just works, ooh, that sounds like the move, doesn't it? So to me, it sounds like you just lack the appropriate, like, data to back up your arguments about why they should do a thing. If you show them the right data, they'll just agree, you know? I think that's the bigger thing, right? Show them the amount of effort you're putting into this, how many hours you've wasted doing it, and then try and do it within like an hour or two with PNPM, right? Most business just cares about the money and the investment. Less time you put into it, the better. Once you get PNPM involved, adding something like Turbo Repo to prevent actually like building out all the other things when they didn't change, boom, like that's where you get like even more like major value from this. So I would say, with permission from the company, say, hey, this is way bigger than my initial estimate for this task, right? Because I assume you guys are agile. I'd love to put in a spike to try and do it with PNPM and turbo repo. And instead, don't even do the turbo repo yet. Just do PNPM. And then using packages that depend on each other becomes really, really simple. And I bet you would spend less than like 1 or 2 hours doing it, right? Getting it PNPM ready. I'm not saying that's definitely the case. You might run into issues I haven't hit. But I'd say if your company would allow you, let's say a 4-hour spike to just try something with PNPM, you might be able to make a case for it really easily. My guess is the task you're dealing with right now was originally estimated to be way less than it's already taken, right? I think pointing that out in a sprint planning, etc., would be really valuable. Yeah, so a spike is like a time-boxed experiment, basically. I need a 4-hour spike to try this thing. I know, you're almost on deadline, but at the end of the day, like, deadlines are fuzzy. They don't know the problems you're gonna hit in the meantime. When you hit complexity that you couldn't possibly foresee, that's not your fault. That's a problem of planning. That means that no one actually gave you a spike to evaluate it within a smaller timeline, right? Instead, could they have time-boxed experimenting and doing a spike for what you're talking about and trying to do? Maybe. Could they have also okayed another spike for the PNPM approach? Especially after your initial spike? Maybe. But again, I think a big part of it is you're trying to solve the problem without bringing it back to them as, I hit some roadblocks, how can I help solve this in a business-centric way? And that is typically in the least amount of time possible, with the least amount of churn. So I'm not saying how dare you, but I am saying like there was probably a moment that you could have pushed back when this thing ended up seeming more complicated than you thought it was initially, right? If your company doesn't have the idea of spikes or time-boxed experimentation tasks, that is something I would absolutely bring into a retrospective at some point. I would say that is one of the biggest things. So hold on, what you're getting at is you don't need to make all of your like sub packages ES modules. That's like a bigger thing, right? You can still do common JS for all these other things. That's fine. Right? When you say modular, you might be misunderstanding what I mean. Because what I'm getting at is simply the fact that PNPM's workspaces allow you to consider how other things are built in a vacuum. And as long as you produce something you can consume in your application, you're good to go. So some of them might be ES modules, some of them might be common JS, some might be ES5, and some might be ES7. No matter what, you need to output something from the individual packages that get built as the baseline that you can consume within your app. So then each thing building itself becomes itself building down to the lowest common denominator. And that means that you can tackle each problem in a package way. Yeah, each module ends up having its own dist folder that gets included within your application's import process, as if they were published to NPM as their own specific thing as well. So now you don't need the common language between them. You just need, like, I mean, you do need the common between them, but they're each, like, considering their own rendering separately. There you go. Yeah, no worries, Shiloh. I think I wasn't explaining it well. I think Thad really, like, helped key into the fact that each one of these individual packages, even if you're not publishing them as separate packages, PNPM would treat them as packages that you're just pulling in. So then each one of those just needs to compile down to the lowest common denominator of things you need to work with. And then your application can just import them, and then import MUI and whatever separately, right? So I think that's a big approach to it. All right, so Thad, hold on. I think the bot didn't do your name either. So here we go. Ooh, okay, so we uncovered a bug that I need to refresh before this manual trigger will do its thing again. Okay, so it's still blowing. Interesting. Do you mind if I just say your name is Thad? Server responded with a status of 400. Yeah, no worries, Thad. Yeah. Oh, I get it. No, that's my fault. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I set a billing limit, and I guess we're over that billing limit? I mean, we're only at $4.73. Okay. No. All right. So yeah, their billing limits actually work really well. Oh, I know. I'm still showing PNPM. That's fine. You won't see like me like queuing in my thing. That's separate.
Thanks for the support. Athadar, a superhero with the ability to control and manipulate metal at will. With a simple touch, they can bend and shape metal to their will, creating weapons or shields in the heat of battle. Their origin story remains a mystery, but some say they were exposed to experimental metal bending technology that gave them their powers. Others believe they were born with a rare genetic mutation that allows them to control metal. Regardless of how they obtain their abilities, Athadar uses their powers for good, protecting the innocent and fighting for justice. They are a true hero, using their unique abilities to make the world a safer place.
All right, so hold on. Here comes Shiloh's, right?
is a superhero with the ability to control and manipulate shadows. With a simple gesture, they can create a wall of shadows to block attacks or create a shadowy tendril to grab objects from a distance. They can even turn invisible by merging with the shadows. Their origin story is a mystery, but some say they were born with a rare genetic mutation that allows them to control shadows. Others believe they were exposed to a mysterious substance that gave them their powers. Regardless of how they obtain their abilities, the Shiloh uses their powers for good, protecting the innocent and fighting for justice. They are a true hero, using their unique abilities to make the world a safer place.
I mean, they're all cool powers, okay? Lilith number 2. Yeah, there you go. That's up to you. But alright, we got there. That worked. I'm into it. I don't know. Metal and shadows. That one's tough. We are but shadows and dust. Metal dust. Even a torch casts a shadow. Ooh, Fievel, I think you're missing that. Even a torch will cast a shadow. Yeah, Shiloh's worst nemesis is noon at the equator.
Thanks for the support. Fievel 8000 would be a superhero known for their incredible intelligence and technological prowess.
Golden Cat
Her real name is
Train!
Doctor.
That's the
Felicity
first
Vale,
one!
a brilliant scientist who was transformed after a freak lab accident involving nanobots. These nanobots became integrated with her body, enhancing her intellect and allowing her to communicate and control technology with her mind. Fievel 8000's costume would be sleek and modern, featuring a suit made of advanced materials that can withstand high temperatures and impacts. She would wear a helmet with a transparent visor, showcasing her intelligent eyes and allowing her to see in various light spectrums. Her superpowers include 1. Superhuman intelligence. Fievel 8000 can process information at an extraordinary rate, making her an unmatched strategist and problem solver. 2. Technopathy. She can communicate with and control technology, allowing her to manipulate electronic devices and even hack into secure systems. 3. Nanobot manipulation. Fievel 8000 can control and manipulate the nanobots within her body, enabling her to heal quickly from injuries and even.
Oh, and it got cut off. And even what? Alright. And even what?
Thanks for the support. Or Athadar, a superhero with the ability to control and manipulate metal at will. With a simple touch, they can bend and shape metal to their will, creating weapons or shields in the heat of battle. Their origin story remains a mystery, but some say they were exposed to experimental metal bending technology that gave them their powers. Others believe they were born with a rare genetic mutation that allows them to control metal. Regardless of how they obtain their abilities, Athadar uses their powers for good, protecting the innocent and fighting for justice. They are a true hero, using their unique abilities to make the world a safer place.
It remembered the metal, yeah. I wonder if there's something in their name that is actually, like, metal-like that we're not even thinking about. That's genius, though. But yeah, Thad, thank you so much for the bits. I appreciate you, man. Yeah, thank you. First time to see a golden Kappa train. Is it rare? It is rare. It's like, I don't know the odds of it happening, but yeah, I've seen other streams that get a golden Kappa, and it's really cool. This is the first time it's ever happened for us, and it's not our first, like, hype train. So yeah, this is awesome. Aw, man. On Thirsty Thursday, Celebration Thursday? I mean, that's awesome, isn't it? It's like Twitch knew we were celebrating or something. I don't get it. I mean, there's water in it.
Thanks for the support. Z33EB is a superhero with the power of superintelligence and technological mastery. With a mind that can process information at an extraordinary rate, they are able to solve complex problems and strategize in ways that leave others in awe. They are also a technological genius, able to create and manipulate advanced technology with ease. Their origin story begins with a freak lab accident involving a top-secret government experiment. Exposed to a powerful energy source, Z33EB's mind was forever altered, granting them their incredible intellect and technological abilities. Despite the government's attempts to control their powers, Z33EB escaped and now uses their abilities to fight for justice and protect the innocent. With a mask and high-tech suit, they strike fear into the hearts of criminals and evildoers everywhere. Z33EB's name is a nod to their love of technology and their unique way of spelling and pronouncing their name. They are a true superhero for the digital age.
Your name's too hard to pronounce, Zeb. Yeah, that's basically what the bot just said.
Life_1. This superhero has the power of superhuman agility and speed. They can move at incredible speeds, able to outrun any opponent and dodge obstacles with ease. Life_1's reflexes are also heightened, allowing them to react to danger in the blink of an eye. Their origin story begins with a childhood accident that left them with a unique genetic mutation. This mutation granted them their incredible abilities, allowing them to move with unmatched grace and speed. Life_1 uses their powers to fight for justice and protect the innocent. With a sleek costume and a mask to hide their identity, they strike fear into the hearts of criminals and evildoers everywhere. Life_1's name is a nod to their lightning-fast speed and agility. They are a true superhero, a force to be reckoned with.
A true superhero, a force to be reckoned with. Come on, derp sauce.
Dub sauce. This superhero has the power of superhuman strength and durability. They possess incredible physical power, able to lift heavy objects and withstand extreme force. Dipsos's skin is also incredibly durable, able to withstand bullets and other weapons. Their origin story begins with a freak accident involving a lab experiment gone wrong. Exposed to a powerful energy source, Dipsos's body was forever altered, granting them their incredible strength and durability. Despite the government's attempts to control their powers, Dipsos escaped and now uses their abilities to fight for justice and protect the innocent. With a mask and a suit of armor, they strike fear into the hearts of criminals and evildoers everywhere. Dipsos's name is a playful nod to their strength and durability. They are a true superhero, a force to be reckoned with. They use their powers to help those in need and make the world a better place.
Try the Kappa. Show us the gold. Show us that gold. Wait, Shiloh should have worked too. Really? Maybe it's after the train is done? Is that when it kicks in? Yeah, what the hell? Oh, the train has to finish. I got it. Okay. That makes more sense. I get it. Oh, okay, that makes more sense. I get it. I don't know how to reply to the tweet Leo Stera had replying to our branding tweet. But yeah, man, I appreciate everyone hanging out. We're basically in like celebration stream. The weekend starts on Thursday these days, right? Definitely. Yeah. Cheers, everyone, for hanging out, for being here while we build out Vexilla. What up, Jianhua, Mr. Sir? Things still looking good on the job front? I'm actually really pumped for you, too. It seems like, yeah, you're getting really close, too. Thursdays are just Little Friday. Yeah, it's Friday Eve. Wednesday is the night before Friday Eve. I'm sorry, Genhua. Man. That's rough. Still pretty good, though, right? Like, seriously, that's not bad. Just getting that far, valuable. But yeah, such a bummer. I'm sorry, man. Yeah, of course you're on the list at work right now because they're not happy with you. Like, the place you work at seems super fucking toxic. Like, dude, it's a churn, right? Like, what's the oldest employee in your department right now? 6 months? Right? Like, that's a huge red flag. You know? Yeah, I'm sorry, man. And yeah, dude, you took time out of your day to do these interviews, right? Eight years, 3 years, 2 years, and then you at 3 months. The 8-year and the 3-year person are interesting. Sounds like they burn people out really heavy. Ooh, so Shiloh, I believe the role they're doing is for, like, tech support? Or, like, you know, L1, maybe L2 support? Sorry if I'm miscategorizing that. Yeah, Thad, I mean, I've gone through 6 interviews with the company and been denied. We're on the L2, L3. Gotcha. Yeah, that makes more sense anyway. Yeah. Dude, that sucks, man. You definitely need to keep going. And you need to keep applying and all that stuff. Oh yeah, Ciro, I was basically ghosted after 6 interviews. I think the only reason I got any reply is because I threatened to, like, dox him. This most recent position was, like, 6. But they were, like, upfront and, like time-based the entire time. That was actually a big part of why I was really pumped on this guy. Right? Because their recruiter was...
Thanks for the support.
...really on it.
5 or 8,000 would be a superhero with the power of superhuman intelligence and technological mastery. They would have the ability to create and control advanced technology, giving them a wide range of abilities from creating powerful weapons to inventing gadgets that allow them to fly or become invisible. Their origin story would begin when they were a child prodigy who was always fascinated with technology.
Ooh.
They spent their days tinkering with machines and teaching themselves how to
better
code.
than your last one.
One day, they stumbled upon a mysterious piece of technology that unlocked their full potential, giving them the ability to understand and create advanced technology beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. From that day on, 5 or 8,000 used their powers for the greater good, fighting crime and protecting the innocent with their technological prowess. They became a symbol of hope and innovation, inspiring others to pursue their passions and use their skills for the betterment of society.
Hell yeah. Thank you, Fievel. I appreciate it. Is 6 rounds standard? I wouldn't say standard. Like, typically, you won't get to number 6 unless they are, like, heavily considering you. I don't know about the company before, the one that almost ghosted me. I'd really love to chat with anyone who was on that team about it. My interview with like the hiring manager and a bunch of people, I felt went really well. Yeah, a quick response is huge, man, right? For sure. Jianhua, I would say with how tech support goes, did you at least like reach out to him saying like, I'd love to hear back in the future if you have another opening open up kind of thing? Because getting onto their short list of people that made it that far could be worthwhile. Perfect. Yeah, I think that's huge. For certain roles, yeah. I think that is extremely valuable. So, without saying too much, because I don't know nearly enough, X Factor, the only reason I even got to 6 rounds is I think because the recruiter was in my court, but also because I think the CEO enjoyed chatting with me, right? In a way that wasn't necessarily felt with the other candidates. I don't know for sure. I have no idea. I'm speculating, and I don't want to disclose any more than that. But I think at the end of the day, I passed the would you want to be stuck in an elevator with this person test more so than the other person. I also think maybe I was more like technically qualified because I'm coming from like software dev as like a core contributor kind of person and also like team lead more so than a lot of like other people who are dev advocates like by trade, you know? Yeah, man, we'd have a good old time. We'd have to establish the P corner, of course, but like besides the P corner, I think, yeah, we'd totally get along. Every elevator situation needs to establish the P corner first and foremost. I don't know if you guys know this, but yes, absolutely. Establish the P corner, typically the furthest one from like the elevator console, right? Where you press the buttons, because you don't want to short anything out. And then you're good to go. What up, Krasner? Interesting timing. I believe, and correct me if I'm wrong, you're the one that proposed the face over like the peeing fountain, right? Like you're the one that came back and was like, hey, what's like the resolution of your like stream, right? I'm almost positive that was you, right, Krasner? I'm almost positive. But you're also the one that clipped like me dislocating my shoulder on stream too. So I might be mixing those up. Yeah, like a real quick letting you know why you didn't get it. Like, at the bare minimum, like, yeah, we got someone else, but, you know, we're putting you on the short list. That is so much better than ghosting you. Yeah, ghosting is never good. Always give feedback. Yeah, for sure. Even if it's just, we went with someone else. That is valuable. That is one of the more valuable things you can do for someone. Oh, I tend to interview for multiple at a time, for sure. One of the companies I'm planning on doing some sponsored content with was actually willing to work with me and make me like a part-time employee just to get me like insurance and stuff. I am in their court forever at this point. Right? The CEO was such a dude about it. He was willing to like, yeah, like, dude, for sure. Yeah, so... Highlight IO, like, I'm in their court forever because dude was willing to absolutely work with me to make sure I wasn't destitute. Yeah, 100% someone to get stuck in an elevator with, for sure. And their CTO, awesome dude too, after conversations. Like, yeah, man, for sure. So Ecstasy, I want to say right now, your biggest thing is you need to craft your resume towards the company that you're applying to. That's one of the biggest things I was even told by like the unemployment like company, WorkSource or whatever. Yeah, you might have your like canonical resume, but your resume for the company you're hiring or trying to get a job at should absolutely be tailored towards them with the right keywords and everything that speak to what they're looking for. So if you're not crafting a whole new resume for some companies, you might be messing up. Cover letters, I think, are a big one, but make sure that your cover letter doesn't feel generic. That's a big part of it. I'm gonna say right now, the only reason I even got a chance with any of these companies is because their hiring process was mostly via email. And via email, yeah, like, you need to, like, treat it more personally than just, like, the, you know, the blind, like, application process. A cover letter needs to be absolutely customized. Yep, for sure. So, yeah, maybe you have your resume and then you customize your cover letter. I would recommend customizing your resume, too. As an example, I have 2 resumes, one for software engineering, one for dev advocacy. They both speak to different things. So dev advocate is basically a portion of DevRel, and no matter what, the definition is going to depend on the company that's trying to hire you. In some cases, dev advocate might be you are doing meetups and community building and things like that, and you're going out to conferences like once a month and blah, 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 right? Once a month conferences sounded insane to me, but that was something a company, Solana, actually asked for. Now, I bet it would be more like every 2 months, but even then, the company I'm going to right now, conferences are not the thing they care most about. They care about content. So that would be blog posts and videos and stuff like that. Ecstasy, 1000%. I don't even list my WordPress experience on my resume at this point because I don't want jobs that do like WordPress. You need to craft your resume for the company you're applying to. That's it. How far you want to take that is totally up to you. But the more effort you put in, on an aggregate, the more you're going to get out of it. I did not announce the company yet. I'm saving that till Monday, but, you know, we're filling out paperwork. We're doing that stuff. I've already filled out, like, the I-9 and W-4 and all that. So, yeah, Monday is, like, the official start date. Yeah, I'll do a tweet and everything. Four-wheel, I agree 1,000%. Technically, unemployment forces you to treat it like a job. You have to apply to 3 jobs a week kind of stuff. You have to do it. And they're actually, like, doing it for your own benefit. Five jobs a week, even then. Yeah, like ecstasy. I get that. The big thing is, make sure that you're applying to these companies with the full effort they deserve, especially the ones you want. I understand, like, applying to some where you don't actually want the job and you just send off the resume to get it as part of your 5 for the week. Part of my 3 for the week. I've totally done that. I've applied to a bunch of companies that I know probably wouldn't hire me, but again, it's better to try and lose than to never try at all, right? And that is really like unemployment's take on it. Yeah, it's a full-time role, for sure. Oh, so ecstasy, like, all that stuff should be online. Here in Washington, all of that stuff is automated and fully online. Creesh. Hey, Creesh! Mr. Sir! Hold up. I know you from Twitter Spaces, right? Dude, yeah! I'm so sorry. I feel like when I was pushing back in that one Twitter space you hosted that I actually, like, bummed you out. I hope not. But yeah, hold up. Creesh, are you planning on streaming anytime soon? I'll happily shout you out. No, there was a Twitter space you hosted where you were, like, opting into, like, the React or some type of, like, fanboyism or fan-personism, sorry. And, I simply pushed back, like, nah, man, just use the tools, blah, 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 be agnostic and just get stuff done. I believe that was, like, the general gist of what I said. And I hadn't seen you do a space since then, and I feel like I made you feel bad about it. And that was not my goal in any way. So if you don't even remember it, that means that I wasn't the problem. But yeah, I just want to push back and say, like, I'm sorry if it even was even remotely problem. That's my fault. I'm sorry. We just see so much, like, fanboyism or fan-personism, regardless, right? That my entire shtick is pushing back. So yeah, I made my shtick a little more prevalent than I probably should. If you're saying I didn't have any harm done, right? I didn't cause you to burn out in any way, awesome. Even then, I'm sorry that you took time off for any reason other than, like, your own reasons. That's it. But you are planning to stream. All right, well, yeah, for sure. I'm gonna give you a follow, that way I got it. Bam, right? I did that mainly for me, so I could do the follow. And thank you for the follow, too. Yeah, Yeah, for sure. Yeah, right? Like, my biggest take is simply none of these things are sports teams, you know? There's no, like, us versus them. We're all developers. We're already part of a very small group. Could we just be on each other's side and recognize there are different ways of accomplishing things? And then, bam, we all win. So yeah, I guess we are at almost 7 hours of streaming. Doesn't feel like it, because we had a blast the entire time. It's tested before it goes to NPM, and then I pushed back saying that React is not tested before it goes to NPM because the version we get is not the version React does. So I think technically, yeah. Right? I see what you're saying. You did modify your statement a little bit, and I'm glad you remember it too. I like someone with a good memory. But yeah, I simply pushed back saying that, like, yeah, the React we get is not the React that Facebook uses. The Angular we get is the Angular that is actually consumed from main inside of Google, right? That was like the conversation. I'm glad you actually remember that. That's really good. Yeah, good memory. And yeah, I know you were like on purposely kind of joking about like the fan personism, etc. But I just wanted to point out that I still feel bad because I didn't see anything from you for a while, and I kind of like consider that my fault. So if you're saying it's not my fault, that makes me feel way better about it. So thank you. I do have to say, I need to use the restroom again because I broke the seal. So let me go use the restroom. I'll be right back. And yeah, like continue conversing and chatting, and I'll be right back to read the comments. Alright, and I'm back. You're just on a break from spaces because of exams. And time zones are also opposite. Yeah, you're in India, I want to say, right? Just based on the name. Sorry for assuming. You still do a bunch of shit posts. I feel like I've seen some, because I definitely follow you. India, yep. Yeah, one of our longest reigning mods, FD God, is actually from India as well. We saw them earlier, and yeah, you're like up super late right now, aren't you? So I appreciate you hanging out. No worries if you got to get going. But yeah, one of my long-term, like, longest mods, even, like, first followers on my gaming stream, FD God, yeah, they're also in India. So, yep, I get it. Yeah, it makes sense. Oh, it's morning now? About 8 a.m.? Oh, you skipped sleep? Oh, no. Yikes. Okay. Are you just trying to reset your schedule? I can see that. I've done that before. And yeah, I missed out on Health Red too. No one tagged me. That's my excuse. I feel like we're lucky for missing out on Health Red, even though it'd be nice to be included. But yeah, I get you. I get you. All right, so let me double check some other comments real quick. I know, the Health Red FOMO. I wasn't even part of it, so yeah, don't even worry. I don't even have time zone to blame. No, people just didn't tag me. I think maybe that's out of respect. Right? We're just too cool for the Health Red, obviously. But yeah, real quick, Ecstasy. Recently in your web dev journey, could not get around the fact that you hated front end, but recently found the box model and that made it all click. Ah, yeah. So the box model is actually specific to how you define which box model you use. Nowadays, most things use the border box model. So that'll be part of like a reset that you typically consume, where everything is border box, which means the padding and the margin and all that is included within like the box model of like the width, etc. If you don't align every item to having that same box model, it gets really tricky. As long as everything is on the same box model, then you're set. So yeah, like a good reset will like establish that for you. Wait, does Myers not include border box? Really? I thought it did for some reason. What about Tailwind, though? Oh, I guess it doesn't, huh? Oh, Tailwind makes this default if you use the pre-flight. There it is. Yeah, so Tailwind does the opinionated reset. Meyerweb's reset used to do the border box. I guess it doesn't now, though? Because I could have sworn it used to. But maybe I'm wrong on it. I haven't looked at it for ages, so you're probably right. I just haven't concerned myself with even thinking about it. But yeah, like Tailwind, their pre-flight resets you back to border box for everything. And normalize.css is not the same as Meyerweb's. I could have sworn the Meyerweb CSS reset did include that back in the day, but I guess I'm wrong. Oh, it used to. Oh, that's it. Reverend Clown Shoes says that Eric Meyer's reset used to include border box, but now it doesn't. Ah, okay. I guess I haven't used Eric Meyer's reset for a long time. So yeah, good point. Thanks, Reverend Clown Shoes. And we've gone over this before, though. Your reference, right, Clown Shoes, was that an East Coast thing? Or was that, like, taken from, like, Jay and Silent Bob, right? Calling someone Clown Shoes? Because I know an East Coaster who used to call things Clown Shoes, but I don't know if he actually picked it up on the East Coast or if it was just, like, something he took from the movies. You are from the East Coast. Okay, that makes sense. It's only in Sanitize, Resetter, and Tailwind Preflag. I think it's actually the most reasonable reset of all of them, right? Making everything border box actually makes so many things like more usable, right? More like just easier to understand, etc. But okay, yeah. Good to know. Yeah, I'm surprised that Normalize doesn't do it. We are on our Celebration Lemonade, which is Basil Hayden under the hood. I went to Costco yesterday and picked up a bunch of stuff for St. Paddy's Day. I got like 3 different Irish whiskeys. I'll let chat pick on St. Patrick's Day. I can't believe we said the word Irish without Owen, right? Owen Code's actually like chiming in. Oh, yeah, thank you. So just in case, if you ever want to use it, it allows you to replace words like react with an emote, right? You can replace Twitch's generic remotes, like the smiley face, with your own smiling face, or the word hips, or whatever, right? Like, yeah. So if you ever want to use it, that's just Stream Parrot. That's something we made ages ago. The Primogen still, like, actually uses it. He hasn't customized it in any way whatsoever. We have a bunch of themes. The theme that you're looking at is like the hacker theme or whatever. Yeah, the Linux bit. You can actually set it to Windows as well if you prefer Windows. Yeah, so there's like a bunch of themes in there. Technically, Robotichead uses the comic book theme, which used to be my favorite until we made this one. Keep in mind that I can't change or modify anything to it since, like, 2 years ago, because I lost a whole bunch of work we put into it. So yeah, like, it's just this, like, simple moment in time of how it works, and we can't change it, but the service still runs. Yeah, exactly, Lebsel. Like, Prime is such a cool dude, right? Even if we disagree about certain things, like typing, and I don't mean types, I mean, like, literally typing, we do disagree, and that's fine. Ooh, there you go, Ecstasy. Yeah, you actually proposed USR. There you go. Yeah, so Stream Parrot was a tool we worked on for a couple years, maybe like a year and a half. And then at one point we pivoted to other things. I started building out some other things. And I created basically 2 projects out of needing to build Stream Parrot, and 2 projects that I think are way more profitable and way more valuable than Stream Parrot itself. So, Vexilla, the thing we're working on. Yeah, I needed feature flags, and Growthbook didn't exist at the time. There we go, problem solved. I made Vexilla, right? Like the version 0.x. I also needed usage-based billing for the eventual billing for Stream Parrot that never launched because I lost a year's worth of work due to a failing hard drive. Walter is actually like the product that I think we could gain a lot of value from and make like an actual business out of. I think Walter is the most like VC-friendly product I've made so far. I kind of want to propose it to A16Z. But I need a co-founder, that's actually willing to do it. No, I didn't lose the entire source. I lost basically like a year's worth of effort into it, and that year's worth of effort was a bunch of stuff. Right? Because we were like really focusing on getting it monetized and all that. So yeah, like the amount of stuff we lost, like stuff I thought I committed and pushed up, but Bitbucket either lost it or I guess I just didn't push it. This is also about the same time that Bitbucket had their major outage because of like the Jira thing and like someone pushing like the wrong thing and their backups needing to be like a thing. I could have sworn we had actually pushed our code. I really think the Bitbucket outage got us. Yeah, I really think it was. Because I could have sworn I pushed more too. But at the end of the day, it is what it is. I should have had better backups. I should have not used APFS on an external drive. There's a whole bunch of things I'd do differently that maybe would change. But really, like, think about it. A chat overlay as a service is like a dozens of dollars a month project as far as like profitability goes. Streamers are the worst target market, possibly besides restaurants. Well, I still have the drive, but it's just dead, you know? Oh no, I've still got it somewhere, but it's just dead. I couldn't recover everything, or anything, because of how APFS works. So yeah, just don't use APFS on external drives. Just don't do it. If you're doing an external drive, just use HFS with journaling, and you're so much in like a better place because of it. No, a professional recovery would not be able to do anything. We used to have a viewer named, it was something like, Flaming Yawn, right? Which is basically like a filet mignon like reference, but like spell it wrong. They even chimed in like, oh, you're using APFS? Yeah, you're fucked. Delicious Flaming Yawn. That was their name. Yeah. It was a top tier name. It was so good. So good. Right? Delicious Filet Mignon. Delicious Flaming Yawn. Yeah, it was like a really good name, and I'm kind of sad we haven't seen him for a while. But yeah, like they even chimed in saying like, yeah, no, if you use HFS with journaling, we can do this. I gotcha. Oh, you used APFS? Oh no, you're fucked. Because APFS is like greedy about what they delete. Yeah, exactly, four-wheel gator. So yeah, never, ever, ever use APFS on an external drive. Yawn as in Y-A-W-N, like yawning. But you're very close, like that's basically the entire name. Delicious, Flaming Yawn. Right? If I had used HFS, I'd be good to go. Oh, it was a while ago. It was like a couple years ago for sure. I want to say sometime in 2023, but might have even been 2022. Oh, Alan. Mr. Sir. download the changes from the prod server. That's not how that works. The prod server is Elixir code that has been bundled in a way that is just not fetchable, right? Our technically for the chat overlay itself, that was view code, but again, it's bundled and minimized as far as like how front-end code should work, right? Like, yeah, no, like everything is bundled because we released it properly. So yeah, none of this is actually recoverable. It's simply just a very small slice of time in which it works, and it will continue to work as long as I maintain that server, you know? So yeah, that's all there is to it. Yeah. What do I think of Rust? It's fine. I don't trust myself to write C++, so I'd go with Rust every time. But that's because I have a bias towards Rust, because I've been involved with Rust since 2016. I could probably move Rust to a different server because it's just some Docker stuff, right? It's running via Docker Compose on the EC2 that it's on. So I could move that to another server just using the same like image, but it'd be tough. Like it'd be a bunch of effort, right? I think it would be doable to move it, but it's just not doable to modify it, if that makes sense. Yeah, it just doesn't sound worth it. I'd rather rebuild the whole thing because I don't know if y'all know this. When you build something the first time, it basically sets you up to rebuild it quicker the next time. I could rebuild StreamParrot if I thought it was a valid investment of my time. Instead, I have other projects that deserve my time, such as Vexilla and Walter. And it'd be way quicker too, yeah, right? When you build it the first time, you're figuring out what you should do, not how you should do it, right? The majority of the time is spent on what you should do, not how you did it. How you did it is easy to replace. All right, the what is the long-term thing. The why, a little bit of it. The how, that part's easy. Once you've figured out the why and the what, the how is the simplest thing. How long have I been working on Vexilla? So I created Vexilla to actually solve StreamParrot problems in 2021. Since then, I've worked on a whole bunch of other stuff, and I only picked Vexilla back up for the 1.0 that we're talking about for scheduling and some of that other stuff. I think we just started that last year in about May, because I needed feature flagging at work. So yeah, May of last year is basically when we picked it back up. Yeah, I started working on it again because Fairwinds needed feature flagging, but we didn't want to necessarily pay for like a service, you know? And gutting Vexilla for some other service would have been really easy at that point, too. The fact that I was able to use Vexilla for work at some point is really awesome. I would bet they're looking for some other thing in the meantime for sure. Technically, it's just a JSON file they gotta modify, so they could just modify that JSON file. But yeah, the 1.0 that we're working towards would actually make it to where they get like traceability and all sorts of things through like their Git, which they don't have at the moment. I'd love to reach out to that previous coworker who's probably on the hook for maintaining this stuff. I'll reach out to him and just say, like, hey, I'll help you do whatever you need, like, just because I really liked that company. I really liked working for Fairwinds. I liked everyone I worked with. I liked everything about that job. It was really cool. I will happily give them, like, a free services contract without an SLA to help them, like, either migrate away or upgrade to the latest version. Whatever. And if they need an SLA, well, yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah, no, Fairwinds, at least until now, we'll see how this next company goes. I'm expecting this next company to even be better. But, yeah, Fairwinds was the best company I've ever worked for sure. Oh, I mean, Krish, this is the home of the accidental 18-hour stream, so yeah, like, the hours don't matter. Yeah, this new company sounds awesome. The last company was great too. I'm really happy with, like, could I make more money working for shittier companies? Absolutely. But instead, I'm making good enough money working for companies I enjoy working with. You can't buy that, you know? And good enough meaning, like, absolutely good enough. I'm not, like, settling at all. Like, yeah, it's a good salary. Like, it's a solid salary. But now I'm going to Hooli, where I make the impossible possible. No, definitely not. But yeah, no worries, Krish. I would love to join one of your spaces again at some point, if you'll have it. So, have a great rest of your night. Cheers. Actually good to chat outside of a space. And yeah, have a great rest of your night. Cheers. Let's close some tabs. I know, the craziest thing you'll ever see on this stream. We are at a point where this is probably a good, like, stopping point. If I'm being honest, we need to write out our tests. We need to consider using data task. Oh, not DTAT task, but data task instead of async await. Due to concerns for Swift 5.5 on Linux. I think technically, like, I don't think we support Linux at the moment. And I think we've kind of called that out. So, yeah, right? That's at least the message I'm leaving myself for later. Doesn't mean we're stopping here yet. Nope, not at all. Because I love the conversations. If we have anything else we want to chat about, etc., let's do it. We can at least do this part. Curious what this is yelling about? Oh, so yeah, we gotta figure a bunch of that out instead. Hold on, real quick. You were hired by a friend of yours recently to maintain a Discord bot and server he bought. He does all the server stuff and you just add new features to the bot that he bought. Bot he bought. Yeah, that's a tongue twister. But okay, yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, I think I get that. Ooh, we're at about the time where I'd almost expect to see Jacob MG Evans hosting a Twitter space. Right? Thursday and Friday are the days that I tend to look for Jacob's Twitter spaces. Oh, he just started. How do y'all feel about hopping into Jacob's Code and Life Twitter space? Y'all okay with it? Should I do it on the other stream? What do y'all think? All right, so we see one yes please from Four Wheel Gator. Whatever I feel like is cool. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely gonna be a bunch of like coding tech stuff. I feel like Jacob is down no matter what we do as well. I think these Twitter conversations are great. And yeah, like I've actually reached out and apologized to Theo a couple times. Just like, hey man, I'm not trying to like talk shit. Like, I actually really like what you're doing type stuff. Like, I mainly like poke at it because it gives you a chance to explain it to people listening, right? In a way that doesn't feel like he's shilling it, you know? I think there's actually like value to like a controlled opposition at some point. Whereas at least like you know the person coming at you and you can like maybe chat with them ahead of time. We don't, but we could, right? I think there's value to at least like, as far as marketing goes, if you could actually pay to have someone push back against you, you know exactly what they're gonna say. And that means that you know exactly how to respond that frames your thing in the best way. I'm not saying we've actually done any of that because we haven't, but at some point for some of these things, I think a bunch of tech brands could take notes from larger brands that actually do have paid opposition in light of random opposition that lets them frame the context the way they want to. So yeah, I think there is value to it. I don't mean to do it on purpose, but I mean to make it like a mutual thing in which I can shout out my concerns without necessarily like shitting on a thing, you know? The company I am gonna be starting work for has actually said that Twitter Spaces seem valuable. I think at the bare minimum, it's a good way to like chat with the community, right? People that might use our product, that might have problems that our product could solve, etc. From what I've seen, it's not like the core focus, and I'd have to like advocate for that instead. But in doing my job of content creation, people pushing back is something I could absolutely use to make better videos, right? So I am going to try and leverage Twitter Spaces at some point as much as I can. And hopefully turn those spaces into their own content in some way too, if possible. Right? So it's like, you know, getting multiple value type situations from one single piece of content would be like the biggest goal possible. Again, like, I need to discuss actual content strategy with people, for sure. I do think Twitter Spaces are a massively open and awesome way of discussing things with other people. Right, yeah, it becomes a podcast at that point. Right? If you just have me and random faces, I mean, it's still like a YouTube podcast at that point, you know? So yeah, I'm gonna jump in and chat with Jacob. If anyone feels like I should do this on a different stream, just let me know. I know, my numbers will probably tank a little bit because of it anyway. I'm okay with that. Let me pause the music and let's go chat with Jacob.
So again, all it would have done was they would have probably retained more people from their hobby tier, paying them a little bit of money to use their stuff. But if like they need people to pay $40, what?
They did big layoffs too.
Yeah, but like, how many?
About the planet scale thing.
13,000?
What?
Am I like crazy? 1,300? Was it 1,300?
Maybe 1,300, but even then, I would be surprised that they were that big already.
That's true. 13,000 seems like an insane amount of people.
Cloudflare doesn't even have that many people to lay off.
Yeah.
If Cloudflare laid off 1,300 people, that would be like a fucking like a quarter of their company.
The whole company, like, or just engineering? Like,
No,
you're talking sales, marketing.
Cloudflare is like maybe 5,000 people.
That's a little bit surprising.
Well, I think you're also underestimating how much fucking 1,000 people is.
Very true.
You know,
Very
you're like
true.
thinking like fucking Netflix or Microsoft, but they're just like 1,000 people. Yeah, we can fucking fire those and hire that in a day. It's like, you go fuck yourself, you monster corporation.
Just think about it this way: 1,000 people is like on average
Chris?
10.
This has
and hey,
been
how's it
fun.
going? Sorry, I was just gonna chime in. I didn't mean to cut
I wanted
anyone
to go
off.
live March 26th was my go live. I'm like, what?
Yeah. Well, maybe not.
All I was gonna say is like 1,000 developers
what are you
is like
managing
10
on
mil
your
per
database?
year.
Users,
Yeah.
videos. And
Mm.
So I think I've described the platform to you.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no, I
So-
remember.
I'm
So,
gonna
yeah,
cut people
like,
off. I apologize to them.
600,000 words, different words.
Right. Okay. So
Like 1,000 developers at 100K
so
per
if it
year.
was just users,
It's
I'd be
10
like,
mil.
you know what you could use.
I know.
Yeah. No, but like I remember what you're doing now, and you need a real database.
I do. Hopefully,
That sounds
Terso
shit
Yeah,
when I
doesn't-
say it like that.
Terso's good. Neon. Yeah, Neon and Terso are both solid. I think that if you went with either of them, you'd be fine for what you need, you know? So
Yeah, I'm also migrating off of Prisma, which I wanted to do, but I couldn't come up with a good enough reason to do it. But if I'm already going to be in there messing with it, I may as well. I want to give
why are you
a shot.
why Keasley and not Drizzle? I mean, like, even I don't like Drizzle or Keasley all that much, but like,
Why Keasley instead of Drizzle? Honestly, it was a Twitter argument between Drizzle and Keasley, and I felt like Keasley won and backed it up. I think it was like Chantastic tweet, and they're like,
that's amazing.
and they like went back and forth, and they both quoted sources, and I'm like,
Yeah.
I feel like Keasley has better points here. I'm going to use their product.
I want to point out that I've done a product with
no, for sure. And I'm still a big Prisma fan until they can't actually do what I need them to do when I reach for them. But so far, every time I've reached for them, they are able to do exactly what it's.
I think what
if I were to try anything, it would probably
keep trying to jump in.
It would probably be Drizzle or Keasley.
Am I talking over people?
Most likely Drizzle, because it's closer to Prisma.
Yeah, I think for me, the mental model, like the reason I'm going away from Prisma is
I thought I was trying to talk to everybody.
Closer to SQL.
I'm talking to you right now.
So I'm sensing that, like with React Server components, we're going to be writing a lot more SQL.
No, you know
just
what?
Just in general.
That's
and
totally
I see it in even the demo apps.
My voice isn't working in the
SQL.
space because
Remember
I have it
first
configured wrong.
Next.js when there was raw SQL and people lost their fucking minds.
That's it.
It's like,
you're totally right.
It's okay.
They aren't hearing me whatsoever, so I'm not cutting anybody
SQL,
off.
which Keasley and Drizzle do, is going to be better. I think it's just going to be better because I'll have less mental overhead versus remembering the Prisma way to do it and then trying to translate that into the SQL way of doing things. Like when I'm in the shell, just trying to figure shit out. I'm gonna miss Studio, man. I use the.
They have no idea I'm trying to chat. Yeah, that's my fault.
Yeah, I mean, I would argue that.
Okay, so
well, first,
I'm not cutting anybody off, but also I'm not being heard. No. So in Twitter Spaces, you can chime in if you like.
He was
jump in.
building Seltzer, which is like
better if you raise your hand to talk.
Specifically built off a planet scale for.
In many cases, but I'm on desktop, so like I can't
viewing
raise my hand to talk.
Your data and like whatnot very much with like
you're totally right. I have my audio configured differently.
I just realized really sucks for him.
That's my fault. I fucked that one up. How do I get
that being said,
my specific audio settings per volume mixer? Here we go. All right, Chrome input device is not that.
But I get what you're saying, and I can't really argue against the benefits of that. And so I'm just going to say that we just have different
might be there.
approaches, and neither of them are particularly wrong.
Yeah, I certainly don't dislike Prisma in any way, shape, or form. The project that I'm working on, like, it's just a side project. I'm passionate about it, but
I totally had it configured
like, it's
wrong.
Mine. I can do whatever.
It's a thing I did specifically so that I wouldn't cut off my like audio.
I have to use at work all the time.
So this is on me.
So if I want to switch to something, I'm just gonna fucking just ship it.
So I've done one thing recently with, like, technically...
I can't hear Jacob. Is he talking?
Oh, I thought he was muted. Sorry. I hope I didn't cut him off.
Yeah, I think I have a bug.
Okay, we're good. So I made a, like, browser native, like, audio thing in which I used Keasley or Keisley or whatever it was. And then I also ended up using not Prisma, but the other thing, right? God, why am I? Drizzle. I ended up using Drizzle for relations for actual querying, but I used Keasley or Keisley for actual, like, the migration part because it was all, like, native within one browser, like, tab. right? And that became really useful. Oh, did my audio fail? Oh. Maybe Jacob lost connection? I think I fixed my audio. I saw it activating. Did I break it? I think I broke it. This is my fault. I'm sorry, everyone. Oh, ended. Yeah, so I think we broke it. He might get back going again. We'll give it another sec. All right, I didn't do this, all right? Maybe I did by switching my input. Did I break his entire fucking thing? Because I just switched inputs? Twitter Spaces seem that brittle, for sure. I know, that'd be crazy, but not really outside the realm of like, yeah, sounds like Elon's Twitter would do that. That actually sounds right up Elon's Twitter's alley. I don't think Twitter is more hardy than that. I actually disagree, Four Wheel. You remember when he was saying he was just switching off microservices just to see? Howdy, Mr. Sir. How you doing?
What's up, Chris?
Okay, we're just making sure you're still connected. Like, yep. Just getting you back here, audible.
Hey, Renee, Jose.
Let me just point out that
I don't
I first
know what
joined...
the fuck just happened, but the whole Twitter space crashed, and I had to restart the Twitter app to get to come back.
I want to say I tried chatting for the first like 5 minutes I was part of the space without realizing that my microphone was like misconnected. So that was fun.
Which I think is hilarious that Elon Musk was trying to be all smart ass about Meta being down. It's like, bro, I mean, I didn't do, like, there was nothing weird about anything. It was just like suddenly just the space froze and then disconnected, and I couldn't restart a space until I actually closed the app completely on the phone and then restarted it. It was just bizarre.
Yeah, I mean, Elon even bragged about just shutting off random microservices just to see if they did anything, right?
Welcome back, Shane.
Ooh. So hold on. Can y'all hear me at all? They cannot hear
Hello.
me.
Yeah, just dealing with normal technical difficulties with Twitter.
It's pretty. It's almost part of the brand now.
I was gonna say I should call it Elon era Twitter.
Just call it X. That sums it up.
No, I refuse.
I still think my audio is fucked.
When it's broken, it's X. When it's working, it's Twitter.
Oh no, it's all. Yeah, no, I just refuse to call it that.
It's about to crash again, for sure.
It's the most like stupid thing for me to be stubborn about, but at the same time, I have no intention of supporting this megalomaniac fucking what is that? The one I'm trying to think of. Man, why am I blanking on this?
Such a good domain name to be wasted on rebranding Twitter.
I mean, yeah, yes. My big thing is, one, he has a weird obsession with that letter. First off, just right off the bat.
For sure.
Like psychologically questionable obsession, right? With the letter X. Very particularly, why? And why go so far to like name things SpaceX and this Twitter X and trying to get PayPal to be called X, and then he named his fucking son X. It's bizarre. It's bizarre.
Some people might ask why.
But yeah.
Okay, so my audio is definitely not coming through.
Word?
Shit.
Part of the dark triad.
Because that would have been laughed at for sure.
Psychopath.
Sociopath?
No, psychopath and sociopath there's a misnomer with those two. The officially psychopath is really the only actual thing and diagnosable thing, and technically that's not even the medical term for it. It's like borderline personality disorder or something like that.
Let me try and refresh. Maybe I broke everything.
Was my previous life goal a whole lifetime ago. No, there's megalomania, psychopath, or another one for megalomania is people will call it the Machiavellian, right? But there's one other. I can't remember what it is for some reason. I'm blanking completely. The ones that are very self-absorbed. Narcissism. Thank you. Narcissism. Thank you. So it's narcissist. So he's most definitely a narcissist. To what severity, I don't know, but I would put money on that motherfucker as a narcissist.
Yeah, if he's not a narcissist, he has narcissist tendencies. That's for damn sure.
Yeah.
But the man gets shit done. I can't knock that. I often think it's the wrong thing, but
yeah, I was gonna say you could put a bowl.
Something.
You could put a bowl in a china shop and shit's gonna get done. That doesn't mean it's all good. That doesn't mean any of it's good.
Fair.
That doesn't mean any of the things getting done are actually productive. You know, like. First off, I so much shit gets attributed to this motherfucker, and it's really just him with money hiring people that come up with ideas, execute those ideas, and then he takes credit for those things. And then people are just like, "Oh, I guess I wasn't part of it."
I'm waiting for a good moment to just chime in and say, like, "Hey,
what?
Can y'all hear me?"
I think SpaceX is a beautiful example of that because he's not a rocket scientist, but he hired really great rocket scientists and really great engineers, and they got fucking they like, first off, the self-landing rockets, right, from the
that's huge. Yeah,
initial,
they did a good job in that.
Payloads and stuff.
Yeah,
like NASA had tried to figure that shit out decades ago, and they had worked on it, put lots of money, lots of effort into it. It was one of the things that they knew they needed to do if they were going to be at all sustainable in their ability to travel to space. And it was a difficult problem. And, the only thing I could give him credit for is he spends his money well on hiring people that know what the fuck they're doing.
Yeah, and then pushes people too. I think I was actually talking about it in Code and Life. Is the TV too loud?
I don't know. You brought up some book you read, and then I was like, "Oh no, he got Elon pilled."
Yeah, but like something I've noticed about like all great creators is they're kind of construed as assholes or influential people. I don't even want to call them great creators. But like if you look at Steve Jobs, a lot of people hated Steve Jobs too. He was that arrogant, self-indulged, picky.
Plenty of people would classify me as a jerk, right?
Kind of vast. And like people's opinions of working.
Does that make me a great creator?
Especially early in their career. Once they had a bunch of clout and people started listening to them, people don't bitch as much. I mean, people bitch about Elon quite a bit, but
yeah, I wonder why. Maybe because Steve Jobs didn't.
I appreciate that. But you're not one of the people that would classify me as a jerk.
Saying that he was gonna bring back free speech, and that the social media platform is influencing the government like some fucking tinfoil hat wearing megalomaniac that he is.
This is true.
Though beautiful thing about what happened is
direct
consequences have actions, which I have to teach my 8-year-old regularly. So that's hilarious. But consequences have actions. He went and ran his mouth about buying the company. He went and ran his mouth. I give Twitter's old board and stuff huge props for this, because they were just like, bet. And Elon's like, yeah, I will. And then tried to back out. Like, there is legal documents showing him trying to back out. And the STC was just like, no, you can't do that. That's market manipulation. You said you were going to buy it. It vastly affected the market. Now you have to buy it. We'll make you buy it.
Yeah.
And it's like consequences have actions. He didn't think he was going to have to deal with consequences, and he was wrong, because like I have to teach my 8-year-old. Natural consequences exist. But that being said, continues to run his mouth and get away with a lot more than he should. But that's with anybody with power or money can do that, unfortunately.
And I love SpaceX. Like, I love that we're putting rockets in outer space again as a country.
Yeah. I have no problem with SpaceX. That's the problem, is like I also like the idea of a bullet train in the United States going from one city to another. Unfortunately, that seems to be a very dead project. But
yes,
the concept,
self-driving cars too. I really want self-driving cars.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to come from Tesla or any of his stuff. But what I am like kind of sad about is like our country at one point had one of the best transportation infrastructure in the world, right? The trains, the interstates, bridges, all that stuff was like right after the world wars was like put into high gear, right? It was necessary. And it was turned into like a giant, huge political driven thing to get especially the interstates done. But even bridges. Like people are like, oh, bridges. No, there were not nearly as many bridges before the war. But like after the World War, the government was like, okay, we need a way to get our military forces from point A to point B in this country as quickly as possible, right? Logistics. Plain and simple. They needed to improve logistics just in case.
I think he's out on a walk.
The irony of this was it had a huge economic impact everywhere else. Where it was like you had tourism increase because of it.
That's actually part of like
right?
Why he
because
does
people
this,
are like,
I think.
oh, I'm going to take my 1957 coupe and drive it from Northern California to Southern California, right? Like they can do that now. You know, they had Interstate 101, you know? And the secondary effect was transportation for big trucks, right? Semis and stuff like that. All of a sudden, they could easily travel from one state to another. Had a huge economic impact. For some reason, our country was just like, good enough, right? We still have not much different or even improved rail systems from back when the fucking the giant international rail system that went from east to west. That huge fucking endeavor. The rail systems haven't really fucking changed a whole lot. like what bullshit is that? For real?
Yeah, complacency is a powerful drug, right?
I guess, man. It blows my mind because you go look at like countries like Japan. I love their fucking transportation systems.
Japan's so smart.
Their transportation systems are insane. You can go from Kyoto to Tokyo, which is like not a small trip, but you could do that in like a couple hours in a bullet train.
I'm not sure
crazy.
That's a fair comparison, though.
You know, could you imagine going from like, I don't know, San Francisco to San Diego in like 2 hours?
These guys can't hear me, right?
Right?
Can you guys hear me?
New York to DC? How far is that trip?
Fuck, it's long, dog.
They can't hear me.
The thing is like, it doesn't have to span these giant distances like the interstates do.
Do you think that they like just put too much emphasis on air travel? Like, I feel like air travel kind of came onto the scene and people.
I'm gonna relaunch real quick.
If given the opportunity to experience bullet trains, people would have a significantly different opinion. Because, like, again, you could travel from the very tip
I don't know how to get the
Japan
link for you.
to the very other tip of Japan.
Jacob MG Evans.
In less than a day. And if you tried to drive that or fly it, it takes like. The other thing is, like, what I was about to say is, I don't think they have to go so far as to do like full distances, like say like, New York to Chicago, right? No, but like they could do like from major cities and stuff, they could do like 100 to 200 to 300 miles in several different directions and just have the bullet trains do that, right? From like major cities. Could you imagine being able to pull in like the rural areas where people can no longer have to live in these like increasingly dense and uncomfortable like cities, and could just live out in like more rural parts of the United States and then just travel into the city if they need to in less than like an hour or two? Like, fuck off, man. It's low hanging fruit that's just right there.
So I do want to say, like, we occupy
Chicago,
way more
at least
land.
From the point of view of a map, has a pretty good train system. I've used it a couple times. I've always been
that didn't work, right? You didn't hear me whatsoever.
Chicago is like one of the cities in the U.S. that's known for its trains. Like they are not the norm in terms of U.S. cities.
So I lived in a suburban area outside of Chicago and took a train into downtown Chicago,
right? Like that didn't
to go
come
work
through.
in the Chase Tower there for about a year. One, it was okay
Krasner,
because you could sleep
what
on
do you
the
have to
train.
say there? Come on, man.
But two, those trains are
see me come off
super
mute
unhygienic.
either.
They don't take care of them. And three, they're still rails. They're still rail trains, right? Like,
yeah, for
that's
sure.
Like, I'm talking because like I lived maybe 20, 30 miles from downtown Chicago, if that, right? And because of all the stops, it took like an hour, I guess. Yeah, 2 hours. The thing is, though, is like we're talking about like a fucking bullet train. You can live like 200 miles away from Chicago and fucking commute in, and you'd be there in like an hour or two, right? Significantly different. You know?
Yeah, for sure. Apples and oranges.
Yeah, but I do agree that Chicago has a lot of fucking train transportation. It's crazy how much they have.
It does, yeah. And
I already restarted
live in, from Milwaukee and commute to Chicago via train.
Yeah. Yep.
Let me try and log in.
There's actually people in Canada that commute to Chicago via train. It's a weird area. I know that Seattle is trying to do the light rail thing, but they've been trying to do it for like 20 years now, and they have like a couple lines of light rails that they've built in like over a decade. It's kind of sad.
Let's say these like I don't even know what to call them, like almost postal workers, right? Like, have you ever met a happy, helpful postal worker? It's just these like lifelong employees. That's what I get the vibe of when I meet like train employees. They don't give a shit. They have a job. They can pretty much do whatever they want and never get fired.
So the reason for that, why they're unhappy, is the train industry, particularly freight trains. Okay, so trains that carry actual freight. Okay, the train industry is severely understaffed, and they overwork their employees near to death. Like, not exaggerating when I say near death. Like, there's people that, like, there's so many stories out there of like people just getting deathly ill because they work so many back to back overtime shifts, right? And the wild thing is one thing that most people don't know about because it's kept so quiet. And there's a couple podcasts that you can follow to hear more about this, but there is a gigantic increase in trail derailments in the last 5-10 years that it's like a hockey stick when you look at a graph. But they purposely pull right? Data manipulation, right? Like if you pull the right data and put in the graph in the right way, it doesn't show these things. So they purposely pull things like derailments per mile versus like the actual amount of derailments, right? And it looks significantly less. Yeah. So the thing is like we only hear about the ones like the big ones that like poison the entire town, right? Because they can't keep that under wraps. But derailments like that happen out in the middle of nowhere all the time, right? And we're talking about like trains crashing and just absolutely like are full of like poisonous, explosive, corrosive materials, and they derail out in the middle of nowhere, and they just keep it quiet. And I wish this was a conspiracy theory. I truly do. There's plenty of data to back it up.
That's wild.
And they derail out in the middle of nowhere, and they just keep it quiet. And I wish this was a conspiracy theory. I truly do. There's plenty of data to back it up.
That's wild.
Yeah. Yeah.
I took a train from Pennsylvania to Georgia when I moved to Georgia. Stop somewhere in the South. I don't even know where the hell we were. And kick off some drunk people. Maybe it's the people. Maybe the people in the cities are the problem, not the
Dude, I keep
themselves.
getting like
People
requests to speak
and
failed now.
Feel like it's a whole
Try
country
again
of
in a few
kids, and
seconds.
Like, this is why we don't have nice things, because you fucking destroy it.
Yeah, it's partially that for sure. I think it's a mixed bag.
Fair, yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry, everyone. Like, dude, this is just blowing it at this point. Like, I don't get it.
By hiring more
also, though,
operators, right? Conductors. If you just hire more conductors, this problem almost goes away immediately, right? But the problem is
either way,
they want to do more runs, right? They want to do more freight train runs, and they want to do more and more of them. Bigger trains, right? Bigger and bigger trains. So they want to do more runs and bigger trains. When I say bigger trains, I mean like how many carts they have, right? But they don't want to hire more conductors because that would basically cut. Bigger trains. They're trying to make more money, but if as soon as you hire the amount of conductors that are necessary to do that, you take a huge chunk, 20%. Or say, or give or take, right, into those profits.
Right.
It's all.
I don't know if Chris is talking, if he's like unmuting to talk, but I can't hear him.
Can y'all hear me right now?
Yes.
Okay, I've been trying to like jump in for the past like half hour. And it's been blowing it. So yeah, I had to like switch a whole bunch of like browsers and everything. So I'm sorry, everyone. Didn't mean to interrupt. My bad. Sorry.
No, you're good. Well, so what's up, dog?
Happy you're here.
I just wanted to say hi, and yeah, I can't even remember all the points I wanted to make that just didn't make it through. So how's it going? Cheers. Happy to be here.
Amazing. You have any comments on trains now that we're having our autistic moment on trains?
So, I mean, I live in Redmond, actually, and the light rail that you were mentioning is actually moving along really well. It's actually really cool. They're building it from, like, both sides, and they're trying to meet up in the middle for, like, 520. And it's, like, really awesome to see it be built out.
Bro, saying it's moving along really well is copium. I literally was here, my daughter is 8, so I was literally living in Seattle like 9 to 10 years ago, and they were like, hey, the light rail is going to reach from all the way in like U district all the way past that. It's going to go over this direction, past this. It's going to go in this direction over by the airport. It's going to go in all these different fucking directions. And they're like, and it's going to happen in the next 5 to 10 years. And it was like, you saw no progress for the longest fucking time.
No. So I get that. When I say really well, I mean like here in Redmond, I've actually seen major progress in the past 6 months. Like these light rail like stations and everything are getting really built out here in Redmond, and they're really trying to like do like the Redmond to Bellevue as like the first like iteration of it, and then like Bellevue to Seattle is going to be like a major thing. But that's really like what a bunch of the 520 like 520 like construction and closing down lanes is about. They're trying to put in the work to make sure that it's like getting there.
Yeah. Do you remember when they took down the bypass, the one that was like only supposed to be a temporary bypass for like 20 years or something, and it was like up for like 50 or 60?
Oh, I don't remember that one at all, but I've also only been going into Seattle for maybe like the past 10. So, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, no, there was right by the water in Seattle, right? So like right by where the ferry is and all the other stuff. There was a bypass there that like you jump on that and you could like take that and go up and bypass all of like downtown Seattle, right? And it would take you all the way to the like above like around like Bellevue area.
Was that the viaduct?
Yeah, the viaduct. There you go.
Okay. I never actually saw or used that. I thought that was more of a thing like the viaduct would take people to like Everett type area, not Bellevue.
Not Everett.
Oh, okay.
Is it Everett? No. Anyways, the main thing is like it blew my mind because like I didn't know that was supposed to be a temporary structure. Like they built it to be temporary, and they were going to do all this other infrastructure changes for like like a better roads for like downtown, but also like actual bypass, like a real fucking just all this stuff that they were supposed to be doing when this thing was up. And they essentially built that. And like, again, engineering wise, it was a temporary structure. It was like at max supposed to be there for 20 years, maybe a little bit more than that, but at max. And it was there for like 30 plus years. And they got fuck all done in like 30 years. And then finally they were like, I think they were forced to take it down because like essentially you had like there's like the federal areas that come out and like grade infrastructure, and they basically graded that was like you need to get rid of this before it collapses and kills a shit ton of people.
Gnarly. So I knew nothing about that. So touche. Yeah, good call.
Yeah. So the whole point of me telling you about this is just the fact that I like Seattle, for a city. I don't like cities, but I like the general. I like the, this area. Okay, I'm actually all the way in Gig Harbor, but I like this general area of Washington and Pacific Northwest. But when it comes to the government here, they just don't seem to like get shit done in a timely manner, unless there's like a real pressing force upon them, be it people, right? Their constituents, or the fucking federal government and some agency of engineers that are basically just like, if you don't get rid of this, probably gonna fine you and do a bunch of other shit. Right, so
I get that.
It's just fucking mind blowing to me. But it comes back to like that, like when I was living here and they were just like fucking light rail. I worked for Sound Transit, by the way. So yeah,
that makes a lot of sense to me. I get it. Yeah, I've been a snowboard bum for so long that I don't know anything about city life. So yeah, this is all kind of new to me.
Oh yeah. I hate cities, dude. I hated living in Seattle. I hate anything resembling a city. Yeah, that's me.
I'm glad my audio finally came through, though.
How do I put it?
God, this is great.
Should
we go raid someone, though? We should go raid
weird, unnatural constructs of humanity.
Who's streaming? We gonna go raid Time Enjoyed? Let's do it.
Oh yeah. I don't know. If cities were more
right, we're gonna go
how do
rate
you
time
put it?
enjoyed. I'm gonna continue chatting with Jacob and their entire crew. Like, I love this part. This is awesome.
Oh, what's
But
those?
again, yeah, my bad.
Those
Like, not
solar
trying to,
punk,
like, you know,
like animated
keep y'all
videos
here.
and stuff. That
If you want to join,
people
I'll be over on
have seen.
gaming, and I'll continue this chat with Jacob.
If cities were more,
yeah, I'll see you over on gaming stream. If not, I'll see y'all tomorrow. It's Friday. Like, yeah, let's do Friday things.
Had more. Oh,
Hell
what's that word? It starts with an E, I think.
So yeah, I'm gonna click that raid button.
Not Argarian.
If y'all haven't seen Time Enjoyed stream,
anyways,
you should
if there was
do
more
it.
community,
It's really good. Let me just point out
and
that
there was more.
Yeah. Real quick,
You know,
if you want to chime in,
self-sustainability in cities built in.
Oh, I
probably
wouldn't
wouldn't
wrong.
have a
Hold
problem
on.
with them.
Copy link
But
address. Here you go.
To me, they're just
this
kind of
is
like these
Jacob
giant
MG Evans. He is hosting this space,
like
and
structure,
you can totally
like,
listen
you think
in.
of them like
I'll
as
be
like
over on gaming
a
doing
mega
that
structure,
thing. I'm gonna go
right?
raid Time Enjoyed right
of
now.
many smaller structures, and
I'll be back
the
here
only way that
doing
they're
more
kept
of our
alive
Swift
is
stuff.
through.
We got to write some tests, don't we?
You know,
yeah, we'll
us
do like the
essentially
Swift test
pumping
writing thing tomorrow.
resources
we hammered
and electricity,
out all of our top level API
money,
today.
water,
I don't
all
know
these
if you
other things,
saw that.
pumping
Like, we made it happen.
it into them. There's
so that
no
was super good. So
the
I'll see you
moment
guys
any of
there.
that stuff
See you
stops,
on this stream tomorrow.
the city
or
start
maybe
to die.
the other stream
right?
later tonight.
Metaphorically
I'll see you
speaking,
guys
they're not
soon.
alive, but like they can't sustain people living there if those resources aren't constantly pumped into them. So there's zero